live?
We are live.
Councillor Paquette, can I just do a quick test? Are you able to hear us on the Google Meet?
Well, I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome, thank you so much. Are you able to see us by any chance?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have matching outfits on?
We do. We do. Thank you for noticing.
That's great.
Okay. Can the mayor see, or do you want me to tell him?
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nikurasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Welcome back.
All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll move that the August 22nd, 23rd, 2023 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 8.11, bylaw 20589, Council Committee's bylaw amendment number 8. 9.3, operating budget adjustment 12, update, verbal report, attachment 1, and 9.6, Edmonton Police Commission membership, and a replacement attachment on item 7.2, Indigenous-led housing, letter of intent with Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations, attachment 1.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. So please vote for the adoption of the agenda.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move the adoption of the minutes from the July 4th and 5th, 2023 City Council meeting and the July 10th, 2023 City Council public hearing.
Thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Wright. Okay, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Yep. That is carried. Protocol items. I do have one. And first of all, I want to start by acknowledging that with us today in this chamber hall, we have the honor of having Grand Chief Leonard standing on the road, joining us, along with Chief Randy Erminskin of the Erminskin Cree Nation, as well as the Executive Director of Treaty 6 Confederacy, Kaylee Evaduti, joining us today. And it gives me great pleasure that is privileged to acknowledge Treaty 6 Day in Council Chamber this morning. Edmonton's history is an Indigenous history. The earliest settlers survived as a result of the guidance and support of Indigenous peoples. From the earliest days, Fort Edmonton was a trading post, a gathering place, and an area marked by Indigenous cultures. Edmonton is home to vibrant Indigenous cultures, which are made stronger when we live our commitment to truth and reconciliation. I recently had the opportunity to connect with Indigenous leaders from the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations. I shared with them how fortunate Edmonton is to have partners whose knowledge and connection with the land has helped to build a community that we are today. And I recommitted to supporting and building stronger relationship with all Indigenous peoples. I encourage all Edmontonians, peoples of Treaty 6, to be listeners, connectors, advocates, and partners in all that we do. Last week, I proclaimed August 21st, 2023, Treaty 6 Recognition Day. Given the importance of this day to Edmonton's history and future, I wanted to share the proclamation in our chambers as well. So here we go. Whereas the Edmonton region is located within Treaty 6 territory is home to over 87,000 Indigenous people who contribute to the vibrancy and richness of this place. Whereas indigenous peoples have lived on the land we now call Edmonton since time immemorial, with their own unique cultures, identities, traditions, and languages. And whereas Treaty 6 was signed on August 23, 1876 at Fort Carleton, and September 9, 1876 at Fort Pitt, with adhesions at Fort Edmonton on August 21, 1877. And whereas City of Edmonton and the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations share a deep, collaborative relationship based on the respect, recognition, shared values, and principles that are formalized by our 2012 and 2021 Memoranda of Cooperation and Dialogue. Whereas acknowledging the achievements and contribution First Nations peoples of Treaty 6 territory in the development of a region is an important step in reconciliation. Therefore, I, Mayor Amarjit Sohi, do hereby proclaim August 21st, 2023, Treaty 6 Recognition Day in Edmonton, Alberta's capital city. Okay. Here you go. Thank you so much, and everyone, and Chiefs, thank you so much for joining us. I want to also acknowledge the leadership from Indigenous Relations Office, as well as Kaylee, and that works so tirelessly on the item that we're going to talk about a little later on, and I'll acknowledge that contribution at that time as well. So thank you so much. Any other protocol items, colleagues? No? Yeah. All right. Select items for debate. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will select items 7.1, 7.3,
7.1, 7.3,
7.5,
7.5,
7.6,
yeah,
and must be selected 9.1,
just hold on.
Yeah.
No, yeah, here you go, 9.1,
9.2, 9.3.
hold on, slow down.
sorry.
No,
Those are on the same
gotta flip
page,
the
so I thought we were
pages.
good.
Yeah. 9.92, 9.3, yeah,
And 9.4 also must be selected.
yeah,
9.7 must be selected. And 9.8 must be selected.
9.8. Okay, Councillor Tang,
7-2.
thank you. Councillor Stevenson,
9.6, please.
Nine 9.6. Okay, Councillor Cartmel,
7.7, just for voting purposes.
7.7, okay. Okay, Councillor Rice,
7.4.
7.4.
Yeah, 7.7. I do, yes. Yeah.
So 7.4, and you also wanted to select 7.7.
7.7,
Is that
yeah.
for voting purpose, or you have questions?
I do have some questions.
Okay. All right. So that is it. So I'll just go through all the selections to see we got every 7.1 selected by Councillor Knack, 7.2 selected by Councillor Tang, 7.3, selected by Councillor Knack. 7.4, selected by Councillor Rice. 7.5, Councillor Knack. 7.6, Councillor Knack. 7.7, Councillor Cartmel. Would we have questions as well? Okay. And 9.1, Councillor Knack. 9.2, Councillor Knack. 9.3, Councillor Knack. 9.4, Councillor Knack. 9.6, Councillor Stevenson. 9.7, Councillor Knack. 9.8, Councillor Knack. And can someone move the balance, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor
Second.
Rutherford, second by Councillor Tang. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And our clerk, can you please read back to us what we have approved?
Sure, council's approved 2 items today. So item 5.1, the Capital Line South Extension will be coming back in Q2 2024. And then council also approved item 9.5, the Integrity Commissioner and Ethics Advisor contracts. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Request to speak, we do have one. For 7.7, but this item was extensively discussed at the Urban Planning Committee, and we usually don't hear from members of public at council, so I would suggest that we continue to follow that practice. Okay. Request for specific time on the agenda. I think that needs to be moved, right, Councillor Hamilton? Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah.
I will move that the following item be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. Item 7.2, Indigenous Housing, Letter of Intent with Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations, first item of business, Tuesday. That's
Okay.
today.
Thank you.
Second.
Councillor Rice, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cardwell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I will move first reading of items 8.1, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, and 8.11.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice, so please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.8, 8.9, 8.10, and 8.11.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 8.1, 8.5, 8.8, and 8.11.
Okay,
Second.
please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20510, bylaw 20393, bylaw 20397, bylaw 20400, bylaw 20563, bylaw 20567, bylaw 20391, bylaw 20401, and bylaw 20589.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. All right, carrying on. We dealt with bylaws. Councillor inquiries. None. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports. No. Unfinished business, none. Public reports. All right, now we go into our first item on the agenda, which is the Indigenous-led housing letter of intent with Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations. And selected by Councillor Tang, I'll go to administration for presentation and also the delegation, right? So.
Right, good morning, Council. We're here to request City Council support for the Mayor to sign a letter of intent between the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations and the City of Edmonton. The purpose of this letter of intent is to commit us to working together to address Indigenous housing needs in the City of Edmonton. As treaty people, we are stronger when we work together. As a city committed to addressing truth and reconciliation calls to action, we know that Indigenous peoples have the knowledge, experience, and solutions that need to be supported to address these issues and actions. By collaborating and advocating to other orders of government together, we can begin to achieve many of the housing-related goals we have for Edmontonians, particularly for the urban Indigenous community members. I'm very grateful to be joined by Grand Chief Leonard Standing on the Road and Chief Randy Erminiskin, as well as Kaylee Avaduti, the Executive Director of the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations, who is on the line virtually with us. It was important for us to be together here today in this ongoing commitment to truth reconciliation efforts in Edmonton. And at this time, I'd like to invite Grand Chief Standing on the Road and any other members of the delegation to say a few words. And after that, we'd be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mayor and your council. We're grateful that you're allowing us to come and address these concerns. But the Confederacy is pleased about the letter of intent signed with the City of Edmonton stating our commitment to work together, increasing Indigenous-led, culturally appropriate, affordable housing. Together, we will address immediate and long-term housing needs. Together as treaty partners, we'll work with the City of Edmonton to support the wellness and well-being of Indigenous peoples in urban areas. The letter of intent provides a unified approach to bring together all levels of government to work with Indigenous peoples. The City of Edmonton and the Confederacy share the understanding that Indigenous experiences of houselessness and housing needs are linked to historical trauma, including government practices and policies, colonialism, residential schools, and the 60 scoop. Housing is one of the main factors determining well-being. A lack of housing leads to mental and physical health problems, greater mortality rates, and substance abuse. We are seeing all of these problems in our nations at much higher rates than other people experience. Housing is crucial. Affordable housing for Indigenous people can only work if it is culturally appropriate. It must include real access to Indigenous culture, access to elders, traditional healing systems, medicines, and support in Indigenous languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grand Chief. Chief Erminiskin, would you like to address the council, please?
Well, first of all, nanaskom taga kyo. Ja, te pe pihtigoja. Tapu mane miaski go exise. Imam skutta me miasik. Ego ma anotskam kawi masnama tan tapwe. Etge so ge taiko no tenigan. Greetings, everybody. I always make an acknowledgement to speak our language as a residential school survivor, and I've always been told by our elders, speak your language first, and so I want to do that just to honor each and every one of you for this opportunity to talk about I guess the way I studied was back when former Mayor Iverson was here. I used to be part of the Committee on Poverty, and so I'm really deeply committed to see things happen for our First Nations, Métis and Inuit. But I'm just grateful that we have this opportunity to I guess, see things through, and with your support, and also working together with Treaty 6 and other nations across this land, and to encourage one another that, it's so important that food security, housing, and to have people a roof over their head is critical in these times. With the weather is always changing, we want to make sure that we address those needs in a way that it's going to be helpful for everyone, that we don't worry about people on the streets and wherever they come from. Because I as an educator, and I had an opportunity to serve as a trustee with Michael Jans. I was with Tasker and Regional Public School Boards, and to see the transition of our people move to the major centers to access services, and somehow along the way the cost of living and everything else really puts some stress on them, and forcing them to make choices on what to pay for. And so I'm really grateful for this time and the opportunity for us to see this and the support of a council, and I know one time and sooner in the future that the city of the Edmontonians will see the benefit from all this, because they are I guess helping the economy of Edmonton as well in some way. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chief Erminiskin. I'll just see if Kaylee Avadudi would like to address the council as well. Kaylee?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to attend virtually. I apologize that I couldn't be there in person, but grateful for the Confederacy's leadership to attend the meeting in person. First off, I just want to thank and commend the city administration and the mayor's office staff for working so diligently and collaboratively with the Confederacy of Treaty 6 on this issue. We're very excited to get to this point with the LOI, and we really view it as an extension of the Memorandum of Understanding and Cooperation that was signed, that the mayor had mentioned back in 2012. We know that the Confederacy and the City of Edmonton are committed to working together and we're eager to continue that work with the support of the LOI. So I don't have more to add. I think the chiefs have covered the content and intent, but I do just want to extend my appreciation and thanks to all of you for allowing us time today to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chiefs and Kaylee. Council, we're now happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much again, Chiefs and everyone else joining us. Appreciate your time being with us today. Questions, colleagues? Councillor Tang, go ahead, please. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much, Tansi. Hi. Thank you very much for the presentation. I actually don't have a lot of questions. I was quite happy to read about the report. I just think it's such an important milestone, and wanted to directly hear from the delegation here. Appreciate you being here. Of course, housing is so deep-rooted and connected to so many other issues as well. I'm wondering if this joint advocacy also signifies joint advocacy in some of the other matters, such as mental health, addiction issues, and cultural support for people. Can you speak to some of that?
In regards to cultural support, there are organizations that have been doing it within the city for the longest time, and it's only now that they're being recognized, like IKWC. They have a brand new building. They're about to do ribbon cutting by the Fort Edmonton. And they provide a lot of cultural support in various locations. But this is going to be centralized. And also a lot of the members that do reside in Edmonton, to make an effort to go to their home communities for the cultural support and the elders. And they're getting recognized now. It's only now that both the provincial and federal government are providing supports, but it's up to us to work with them to make it appropriate for the people that do want it. And a lot of times communication is the problem, and we need to get better at that. And also working with the city officials, hopefully maybe have some committees to start with. That's all I can provide right now.
Great, thank you.
Kaylee, have your hand up,
yeah,
right?
Kaylee.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add to Councillor Tang's question. I think the Confederacy really views the LOI as a starting point. I think that those issues that you're raising are very important, and certainly conversations we've been having with city administration. And I think the LOI, we really view it on our side as a first step to continuing this important relationship with the city. And I imagine that we'll continue to move forward with perhaps additional LOIs or additional work plans under our MOU on those important issues. Specifically, like you said, mental health and the opioid crisis, but very committed to working together with the city to address those issues together.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. So you mentioned this will be the starting point. Can you talk a little bit about what's on the horizon? Are there any proposals or projects kind of in the works that you can share?
So we know from the Confederacy side, a number of our member nations have affordable housing applications into the federal government. And through our joint advocacy efforts with the City of Edmonton, we are hoping to promote and advocate for approval of those initiatives through the federal government. So that I think will be kind of our first step. I know that the administration has done a lot of work on Indigenous projects across the city, and we're grateful for their insight, but we also know that our member nations have a number of projects that they've put forward that they're still waiting for commitment and approval by both levels of government. And I think that that's probably our first step. But in addition to that, continuing those conversations, as you asked about mental health and the wraparound supports, and really trying to bring thought partners together to address those issues as we move forward together.
Thank you so much. I think it's I'm pretty excited about what's ahead. I don't have any further questions unless anybody else want to add anything. If not, I'm all good. I'm happy to.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Oh, thank you so much. Maybe I'll start with our city manager, Andre Corbold. There are some potential opportunities, right? And some of those have been identified by our folks in the housing department, and these are kind of joint proposals, or maybe proposals led by the First Nations that are part of Confederacy, right? And what additional opportunity you see as part of not just advancing those projects, but projects that could be in the pipeline, but also the engagement, what having chiefs together with us on engaging with provincial government and the federal government. How does that elevate the conversation on, adds more urgency and credibility to that advocacy?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would say that's one of the key things with this LOI is now we're officially working together based on the signing of the LOI, and we would see us jointly advocating other orders of government to support some of the different plans. I think there's lots of opportunity, as you mentioned, and we've put forward business cases for Indigenous-owned and operated housing, and of course we've been working with Treaty 6 and M&A on that as well. Though the other thing I would say is that we still have some other advocacy efforts, such as fixing things like property tax payments that have to be made as part of the Municipal Government Act, and really pushing to have that changed so that we wouldn't have to do that red tape. We are, as you know, providing a property grant to those who are entitled to it, but it'd be a lot easier if we just didn't have to do things like property tax. And so I think there's lots of little things like that I would say are red tape in the way of us progressing, and I think jointly advocating on those things will be another opportunity in the coming days and weeks.
Mm-hmm. This is the engagement with the province on Copter, right? Where
Correct.
We have some ongoing conversations, but having chiefs impressing up on that issue that gives that people don't pay taxes on affordable housing that they provide in the city.
Yeah, and right now we're kind of getting around it because we're providing a property tax grant, but there's a lot of administrative work required in paying property taxes and then granting money back. So we would like to dispense with all of that and just get the MGA changed so that we could just do an exemption, and we know this council supports that. So
yeah, maybe Crystal, maybe you can talk about the need. Like I know we have done needs assessment for affordable housing in the city, and Indigenous community members of Edmonton are disproportionately impacted by the lack of affordable housing.
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor Sohi. So part of the reason why this is a very key priority for the work of my section in the Affordable Housing and Homelessness team is because we know that 1 in 3 Indigenous renter households in Edmonton is in core housing need, and that compares to 1 in 4 non-Indigenous renter households. So we know that Indigenous folks are overrepresented amongst households in core housing need. Yeah. And we also know that Edmonton has the second largest urban Indigenous population outside of Winnipeg in Canada, and so we're home to a large number of folks who identify as Indigenous, and many who are members or identify as members of the Treaty 6 First Nations. And so we've heard through our extensive engagement with representatives from Indigenous-led organizations, First Nation governments, with Kaylee and her at the Confederacy, that this is a top priority to make sure that wherever Treaty 6 members are, they're able to access the services they need for their health and well-being. And Edmonton, we see at the city, we see ourselves being a key part of those solutions within the city of Edmonton boundaries.
Yeah, and as far as the affordable housing needs for non-Indigenous Edmontonians, 1 in 7, we will carry on that work as well, right? But this is kind of emphasizing
Yeah.
the disproportionality of the impact on Indigenous.
Absolutely. We know that in general, meeting the needs of all, ensuring we have a healthy housing ecosystem across the spectrum is key to addressing core housing need for Indigenous and non-Indigenous folks. But we also know that it's key for ensuring we can reduce and eventually eliminate homelessness. And as you are likely aware, Mayor Sohi, in Edmonton, Indigenous people make up close to 60% of the people experiencing homelessness. And so for us, it's a key priority is to reduce homelessness, and the only way we're going to do that is if we meet the needs of Indigenous people in Edmonton.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for everyone's work. Yeah. I will take the chair back. Councillor Paquette.
I return.
Thank you. So, I made a mistake. We should have moved that motion to start with. The practice is, which I forgot after the break. Can you move it now, Councillor Tang, so we actually have that on the floor? Yeah. So I'll come to you, Councillor Paquette, in a minute, okay? Yes.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
I'll move that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, sign the letter of intent with the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations as set out in Attachment 1 of the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Manager Report OCM 02003 to support efforts to increase Indigenous-led housing in Edmonton.
Okay. Thank you. Second by Councillor Paquette. Okay, now we have a motion on the floor, which we should have had at the start. Okay. Now, Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Just to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay. All right. So any other questions? I see none. So we can go into a speaking order. Go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to administration and to Mr. Corvald, and of course to our guests. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing your words. I am absolutely thrilled with this LOI. Housing has been a challenge for Indigenous peoples ever since treaties were signed in an agreement to share this land that Indigenous people call home, and yet so many Indigenous people go without a place to live. There are deeply embedded perceptions and biases in Canadian society still to this day. And my deep hope is that with agreements like this, relationships are forged that help to positively dispel unconsciously held biases. The federal government has a responsibility as part of treaty agreements to ensure good homes for First Nations children and for treaty people. And we have seen in this past century how that responsibility has been fulfilled. And it's not something that we can look at with pride. However, this is an opportunity to turn that page. There's been a history of relocating and isolating First Nations communities away from municipalities. But in a modern world, such practices are seen for what they truly are, which is a practice of apartheid. Reconciliation is not about giving things away. It's about returning, in a small part, what was taken through federal action, through, let's just say it, lies about who Indigenous people are, what they represent, and the secrets around how Indigenous people and Indigenous children were treated over time. There are those of us in this meeting today whose families are still impacted by those policies, those actions, and those decisions through the power of government. And so it is with great pleasure that I fully support this motion as we take better action moving forward into the future. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Can you take the chair as well, so I can say a few words?
I have the chair.
Thank you. No, I'm really proud of the strong relationship that we have been able to build with Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations, and this letter of intent is absolutely the next step in that partnership with the Confederacy. As I said in my protocol, Edmonton is incredibly proud to have to be home to Canada's second largest urban Indigenous population. Almost 6% of Edmonton's population is Indigenous, and many of those Edmontonians are thriving, making contributions to every aspect of our city. For economic growth, for social cohesion, for social development, and making Edmonton a better place for everyone to live. But we also know, and we need to recognize this, that Indigenous peoples are disproportionately impacted by lack of housing in our city, and that's reflected in the needs assessment that city has conducted. That's reflected in the reality that people are living through every day on our streets. 60% of the houseless population is Indigenous, and that is, I would say, that's shameful. That is shameful for everyone, for every Canadian, and we need to continue to amplify that need. Why we need to invest in support of housing with appropriate cultural services that are required. I think this joint advocacy will allow us to elevate that conversation with Edmontonians, but also with the other orders of government who are partnering and are stepping up in a small ways. But I think they need to further step up, and that's all we need to step up to through our efforts, which this city council has shown a great commitment to doing so. So I really want to applaud Grand Chief standing on the road. Thank you so much for your leadership, as well as the leadership of the previous Grand Chief, Chief Arcand, and as well as Chief Randy Erminskin, for your ongoing involvement in many other aspects of city's efforts in tackling issues when it comes to urban Indigenous population. So really appreciate that you have given us your insight, that you have guided this work, and we really want to be guided by Indigenous knowledge and your experiences, how we can tackle this. So I look forward to ongoing work. And finally, I want to really say thank you to Kaylee. She's been phenomenal to work with, and such a strong executive director for the Confederacy, as well as our own staff, Jamie Miller, and in her team, and my office staff working with Jamie and Kaylee to advance this work. But there's so much other work being advanced when it comes to reconciliation, when it comes to supporting urban Indigenous populations. So with that, thank you so much once again, Chiefs, for being here today, and for your ongoing guidance, and look forward to our further collaboration. And with that, I will take the chair back, and I will go to Councillor Tang to close.
Well, I think my council
From the
colleagues,
chair, sorry.
my council colleagues have really spoken excellently to this. And I don't have too much to add. I know this, I can only imagine the journey it's taken to get to this point. And that's why, I wanted to select it, because I feel like it's such quite a monumental moment right now. So thank you to all the leaders of the nations, of Confederacy, of our municipalities, past leaders who are, I'm sure, still very much active. And just simply looking forward to continue collaboration. And I also hope this serves as an example of how we do collaborate and form relationships with perhaps other stakeholders. And lots of hope for this collective approach when it comes to Indigenous housing. Thank you all so much for being here. Hi.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, now we got to carry on with the 7.3, right? 2024 council and committee meeting calendar, draft for council feedback. All right.
So if you could just let us set up the delegation for this
Sure.
item,
Oh,
if that's
absolutely.
okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then we do have a really brief presentation
Okay, no worries.
that we would really like to walk you through,
Okay, thanks.
if that's okay. It's short. It's coming back from vacation.
Good morning, Council.
Yes, okay, well, we'll wait for council members to come.
Oh, we do have quorum. We have 7. We're good to go.
Yeah,
So,
Councilor
Councilor Paquette,
Paquette,
if you can
do
keep your
not turn
camera
off your camera.
Otherwise, we don't have quorum, so thank you very much. So we do have a brief presentation this morning about the proposed council calendar, and I'll turn it over to Chris.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Council. My name is Christopher Martin. I'm the Manager of Governance and Legislative Services in the Office of the City Clerk. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Aileen Giesbrecht, City Clerk and Returning Officer, and Kristen Stolars, the Director of Governance and Legislative Services. Together, we are pleased to present a draft 2024 Council and Committee calendar for Council's feedback today. Next slide, please. This short presentation has been prepared to provide further context to the 2024 calendar report. The objective of today's presentations are 2, 1, review the legislative requirements for establishing a meeting schedule, 2, to outline the process used to draft the 2024 Council and Committee meeting calendar, 3, to review the 8 design principles incorporated into the draft 2024 Council and Committee meeting calendar, and finally, to summarize feedback received during preliminary consultations. Administration will present a final 2024 Council and Committee meeting calendar at the October 24th, 2024 City Council organizational meeting for approval. Next slide, please. With respect to legislative requirements, the Municipal Government Act requires that municipal councils hold an organizational meeting each year, that the organizational meeting be held not later than 2 weeks after the 3rd Monday in October, and that all councillors be present at the meetings where decisions on regularly scheduled council meetings are made. Next slide. Further, Bylaw 18155 Council Procedure Bylaw requires that City Council hold an organizational meeting no later than 14 days after the 3rd Monday in October, and that the purpose of the organizational meeting is to approve the Deputy and Acting Mayor list for the upcoming calendar year, approve the Council and Committee meeting schedule for the upcoming calendar year, approve appointments of councillors to standing committees when required, and to deal with any other business including in the agenda of the meeting. As a reminder, Council already approved appointments of councillors to standing committees at the October 26, 2021 City Council meeting. Next slide. The slide in front of you illustrates the process used to prepare the draft 2024 Council and Committee meeting calendar. Oh, and sorry, just go back 1 slide, please. Thank you. In May 2023, the Office of the City Clerk prepared a draft calendar in accordance with 8 design principles. As a reminder, the 8 design principles were used to draft the 2023 Council and Committee meeting calendar, and I will review them on the next slide in a moment. Between June and July 2023, communications were shared with City Council, within administration, and to external agencies and organizations requesting their input on the calendar. In August 2023, today, we will be presenting a draft 2024 Council and Committee meeting calendar for feedback purposes. And later in October again, an updated 2024 Council and Committee meeting calendar will be presented for approval. Next slide. As a reminder, the 8 principles used to design the 2023 calendar were that the main standing committee meetings be scheduled on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, that other standing committee meetings and non-regular meetings be scheduled less frequently and on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, that the City Council meetings be scheduled for 2 full days and on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that city council public hearings be scheduled between 9:30 a.m. and 5 p.m. on Mondays, that civic agency appointment items, such as shortlisting, interviews, and appointments, not be added to regular meetings wherever possible, that no meetings be scheduled on Thursdays and Fridays, except after long weekends, or if there are legislative or operational requirements to do so. And as a reminder, a list of all Thursday and Friday meetings in the draft calendar are available in Attachment 7, along with a justification. That the same number of recess weeks be scheduled as in the previous year, and please note that 12 recess weeks were scheduled in 2023, but 13 recess weeks are scheduled in 2024. And finally, that inclusion and accessibility be considered in the development of the council and committee calendar. These design principles were applied in a manner that resulted in a 3-week rotation of council and committee meetings throughout the 2024 calendar year. Next slide. As you'll see on the slide in front of you, 3 groups were consulted as part of the process: City Council, administration, and external agencies and organizations. City Council feedback included general support of maintaining a 3-week rotation of council and committee meetings in 2024. Other feedback included that councillors were generally satisfied and or that no changes were required to the schedule. There was general appreciation for meetings ending by 5 p.m. and that public hearings continue to start at 9:30 a.m. rather than reverting back to evenings. We heard suggestions that administration should also connect with external organizations regarding meetings and recess weeks, that administration should consider planning for longer public hearings, such as continuations, and potentially that public hearings be moved back to Tuesdays. Administration also provided feedback on administrative meeting requirements, including that the scheduled audited financial statements, supplemental operating budget adjustment, supplemental capital budget adjustments, and tax bylaws, CRL bylaws, be scheduled at certain times, that the scheduling of city council public hearings for the district planning project include dedicated meetings and that they be scheduled in late May 2024 for this purpose, and that the scheduling of civic agency annual reports, membership reports, and shortlisting and interviews be scheduled at certain times. External agencies and organizations supplied various external board information session and key dates for consideration during the drafting process as well. Next slide. In closing, with that, we are happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Councillor Knack, you exempted this, right? And we'll open for questions at this time. All right, Councillor Knack, you want to start?
Sure, thank you. Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Thanks for all the work that went into this. This is a great calendar, and I mean, just based off this year, it's been fantastic. This year's calendar is so much better than, and I know that's like a really nerdy thing to say, but it's just, this calendar, after so many years, to have this rotation, it works so much better. So thank you for all the work that you did coming up with this idea in the first place, and I'm glad to see it continue. Just a few flags, or I guess one question first. The recess week in November is, and I think I can understand why you probably wanted to capitalize on there will be a day for Remembrance Day and then use the rest of that week as recess week. But the following week is CUTA, and so, and there are some pretty big council meetings that day, and so I was wondering, you know, there's always that trade-off. You want to try to avoid having meetings on Thursdays or Fridays. If we were to shift that recess week 1 week later, that means we would have to probably use the Friday. But I think that's better because there are typically 2 folks that go to CUTA, and the way the calendar is set up right now, there'd be no way to attend that conference at all with those council meetings unless folks wanted to miss that. So that would be one, unless there was anything pressing. That was my first piece of feedback, or anything that jumped out at you as to why that week needed to be, or if there.
Just to confirm, so what you're suggesting is that there would be a switch of the week of November 11th with the week of November 18th?
Correct.
Or the other way around, a switch of the week
Yeah,
of...
so essentially move the recess down a week to the week of November 18th, and then you'd have to move the meetings that were scheduled for November 18th into that week. Appreciating that would add a Thursday or Friday meeting, but I think that's a worthwhile trade-off to allow for attendance at CUTA.
I think we would just have to confirm with our partners in administration that that doesn't create any pressures, because the week of the November 18th was intended to be the fall scuba.
Yes, yeah, and that was going to be a second set of questions, and so maybe I'll throw that in there now, which is I wanted to double check because you have SOBA at that point, and I was a little confused as to then. There was also a set of budget meetings listed in the calendar for December 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. And so I wasn't quite sure thinking about having a SOBA piece then and then separate budget meetings, or if,
Yeah, so it would be released in November, debated in December.
I see, so the first presentation would happen on the November one, then
Yeah.
we'd have that, okay.
But our colleagues, like Jody's on the call, so if she can answer the question, if that works now, that would be great info to get.
Yeah, so I guess that would be the question of, is it possible, if it's just the presentation of SOBA, can that be moved up a week to allow the recess week of, the week of the 18th?
We can follow up
Sure.
with finance. The other thing I would just flag is having back-to-back council. So having, I'm going to call it, if this is right, and Kristen will correct me, but regular council the week of November 5th and 6th, and then to have the council right after. I mean, I'm all for a light council meeting, and if that works for budget, we're happy to make that change.
And maybe it's more so, I would leave it to you to figure
Yep.
out which meetings would go in that Remembrance Day week. But I think the recess week should probably be the week of CUDA. The other question I had was on June the 10th, and I know we don't normally want to do the 1 p.m. start times, but since FCM is the day before, it is in Calgary, so I thought we could maybe start at maybe that would be one of the days we actually do start at 1:30, because if we started in the morning, typically FCM goes till Sunday night, and so unless folks are driving home late Sunday night, there's a risk. So I'll leave that, again, not, get your thoughts if there's anything pressing. I mean, it's maybe more a council
I'm
decision.
not seeing Kim jumping up and down, so I'd say that one could be 1:30 to 9:30 as an anomaly.
Yeah, okay, and I'll leave that to, see if my other council colleagues have any preference or concern. It was just a flag that I jumped on. The other question is that week of FCM, and I'm close to out of time. I might come back for a second round. I've had one more question, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to echo my thanks for what I think is a great calendar overall. I just noted that we are anticipating 5 fewer public hearings next year compared to this year. And just wanted to confirm that is anticipated to be doable. Are we just anticipating fewer files coming forward potentially?
Councillor Stevenson, as part of the process, we did consult with our planning group regarding the timelines, and they thought this would be meeting the requirements for the public hearing. We do also have the district planning meetings set up as well, and again, those are for a specific purpose, but it does add to the number of public hearings that are scheduled.
Okay, that's a good clarification. Thank you. Just in terms of home ed, they're scheduled on April 18th and November 22nd, which conflicts with the Edmonton Police Commission. Has that been communicated back to them, and are they potentially considering changes to that?
We regularly work with our partners and provide information, particularly to the corporations where there are conflicts with council appointed committees. We can take that feedback back to them again.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's helpful. And then I may have been reading it wrong, but it seemed like there were 2 weeks, the week of October 14th and the week of December 16th, where there don't seem to be many meetings scheduled, but they're not recessed. Just wondering if there was some thought around that. Is that just a bit of space in case special meetings are required?
Yeah, there are those 2 weeks. There's no dedicated agenda items for this week. It's just how the, cycle of meetings has turned out. It does provide us an opportunity that if additional special meetings need to be called, that we do have some flexibility. And if they're not needed, it gives council a bit of flexibility in their calendar as well.
Right. And I was wondering if those, if we moved everything up a week just to end earlier in December, if that had any advantages, or do you think having that flex time is the better outcome?
From my experience, typically 12 months before in the last term can be quite busy. And so in consultation with the team when we were drafting this, we wanted to give ourselves maximum flexibility for the fall of next year. But if you would like us to compress this and move things up, we're absolutely happy to do so. This is your calendar and we're bringing it here for feedback today. So happy to give you an additional week in December.
Yeah, well, that provides context, and it's it's wild to think that next fall will be 12 months out from the election. So appreciate that is likely to be a busy time. Yeah, no further questions. That's fine. I think what is presented makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Can you move the second round, please?
Yes, so moved.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Wright, so please vote for second round.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Knack, can you move the motion?
Yeah, I realized I should have moved it to receipt, so I'll move receipt of information.
Need a second,
Second.
Councillor Knack?
Second.
Second by Councillor Tang. Okay.
Perfect. And
Okay, go ahead with the question.
yeah, just the last question, and this tied back to the FCM week, and again, I'll flag it for you because I know the motion is just to receive for information, and then you're going to look at these suggestions and see what works or what might, or do you want us to move?
I
with
would really
changes?
like some direction because I've only had 2 suggestions. And
Okay.
if 7 of you shake your head and say you'd like the suggestions, we'll go do it because it's
Okay.
only coming back in October for approval.
Okay.
I'd love clear direction.
Well, then I could do those on the fly, if that's okay. I see a couple nodding heads. I might need to revise my motion, Mayor Sohi, then to receive for information and instead.
So I would just say if you could if you could refer this back to administration to look at 2 considerations. One, adjusting the schedule for the middle of October, and so what would that look like? That would then potentially also impact the schedule in November, and we could look at flipping the November 11th to, I think, the 19th, those weeks, and flip them, but I do want to check with the budget office if that works.
Of course.
And if so, if that passes, we'll make those 2 changes with what's feasible and bring that back for approval in October.
Okay. So I'll maybe make that new motion. I had one other question just related to the FCM week, and I'm looking a little bit to our FCM rep as I say it out loud to double check, because I suggested the public hearing change. The other idea that came to mind was that we do have a recess week scheduled the week of FCM, but FCM does not start until Thursday. And typically the main stuff doesn't start until Thursday afternoon. There's typically a study tour in the morning, which would suggest the other option is that instead of trying to adjust that public hearing the week following on the 10th, you make that the recess week and instead have the council meetings the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Councilors could still go to Calgary Wednesday night if they chose for FCM to be in time for Thursday. So I'm looking to the FCM rep to see if there's anything that would jump out in her mind or any concerns of that idea.
I would just note that usually big city mayors meet a day or 2 before on the Wednesday.
So that's a bad idea. So I'm
Well,
gonna,
I mean, public. It's up to the assembly, but a public hearing may work because it's usually one day. Fingers crossed. City council might be a little bit long.
yeah, okay. Then I'm gonna not make that suggestion.
Okay.
And just flag the start time of that public hearing date. Just June 10th and looking. Yeah, that would be the third thing I would add then to the motion.
Okay, and we are kind of, you'll sort it out now, so we don't have to come back to this? Okay. Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification for people listening online, because his voice is a little bit muffled, Councillor Knack is saying CUDA, not Cuba. That's all.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Paquette. Any more questions? Other colleagues have questions? Okay, no? Okay, well, we just wait for the clerk to make those changes.
Can I just read this to you, just so that the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Clerk report be referred back to administration to consider the following changes. Adjust the schedule for the week of October 14th, which if possible, we will delete that council meeting or move it, depending on the schedule. That would then move everything up a week and potentially have us recess earlier in December. Look at potentially swapping out the week of November 11th and November 18th, just to see what we can do in consultation with the budget office to allow attendance at a conference that's off-site, and to adjust the time for the June 10th statutory public hearing, which would not start at 9:30, but would start at 1:30 and go till 9 p.m. that day. Again, this is not for approval, this is just instructions to refer back so we can look at options.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, so any questions, colleagues, on those suggested changes? We'll come back. Seeing none, so we are ready to vote. Okay. Please vote.
We're just sending it out shortly.
Everyone has voted?
Nope.
Everyone please vote?
We have all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Next one, 7.4, Edmonton Arts Council Terms of Reference, selected by Councillor Rice. And we'll go to administration.
We're here to answer any questions you have. I know we've had 3 previous conversations about the changes that are being proposed by the Edmonton Arts Council, and happy to take any questions you might.
All right, so questions, Councillor Rice, please go ahead. Oh, sorry, just hold on, Councillor Rice. I'm not making, okay. Are you comfortable moving the recommendation? Yeah, well, can we have a motion on the floor? Are you comfortable moving it, or I can ask someone else to move it? Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I'll move the terms of reference, council member advisor appointment to the Edmonton Arts Council Board of Directors as set out in attachment 1 of the August 22nd, 2023 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01947 be approved.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Councillor Paquette seconded that? Okay. Okay, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please. Yeah.
So, just very quick question, and because the report is private, and I could not find the information for the details we discussed back to March 14th, and for the 2023. So just one change here, and I just want to confirm my understanding is correct. Back to March 14, 2023, we discussed a change and from like 2 councillors' role and from board director to advisors. So right now the change in front of us and is different from that is 1 councillor as an advisor and 1 administration advisor. I just want to get some like the information on this change.
So the revised bylaws that the Edmonton Arts Council has filed do include for one council member appointee and one other appointee. However, at this time, there's no need to change that we have two council member appointees. So their terms are to 2024. So that will be a future change that we'll need to deal with. But at this time, there's no requirement to change the actual number of appointees.
Okay, so this bylaw change will not impact the current appointments until 2024. Then back to, or move forward to 2024, we have to do another change and for the council appointment. Is that?
The approach to the council member appointees, so as advisors, that would be effective when the bylaws are effective. But in working and talking to the Edmonton Arts Council, at this time, they have advised that there's no reason to make the change related to the number of councillors, that we can do that upon the term expiry.
Okay, thank you for that. And the next question is a little bit high-level questions about, do we have a specific approach or policy in place for the certain amount of funding and for our city provided in certain council or certain ABCs, we call it agency boards, committees, and then councillor, and in which situation councillor will be just the only advisory role, or in which amount of the funding we provided, and that councillor will be the board director, have vote authority.
So I'll stand to be corrected by the CFO, but I'm not aware of a council-approved policy that connects board appointments with any kind of grants that are provided. Now, there could be certain requirements with any amount of money that is provided to a third party. And for example, there is an agreement with the Arts Council, but I think it's best that we maybe treat those two things quite separately unless we want to have a conversation about council's sort of extended governance model. But as it relates to this item, I would say maybe some of those questions we might need to take offline.
Okay, that's my questions. And give the amount of the how much grant and the city provided to Arts Council. So that is why I asked that question. And because for our different agencies, we receive different grants. The range is really different from very little and to the huge amount. So that is why I asked that question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador? Okay. All right, so that concludes the questions on this. We have a motion on the floor. We're ready. So, sorry, Councillor Principe? Go ahead.
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Clerk Stolars, you were saying that it would just be after the 2024, it would go down to one councillor?
It's our understanding that that would be the Edmonton Arts Council's intent. However, there is an additional clause in their bylaws that it sort of leaves the room open to have that conversation. So that's what we've been advised by Edmonton Arts Council, that currently there's no desire from their perspective to change the number of council member appointees.
Right.
And so that we would be looking to have something in the way of a conversation when those terms expire.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? To close?
No, I'll just briefly say thank you for all the work that's gone into this. I think it's been...
Oh, sorry. Oh, you want to just hold on?
Okay.
Councillor Salvador? Okay, Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't click on. It wasn't allowing me to. This one is very hard for me. I would like to vote in support of it, but, you know, I'm concerned because council has chosen to make arts one of its priorities, and I'm concerned of us going down to one councillor, just because sometimes two councillors or one councillor may not be able to make it. Just as with Edmonton Police Commission, we have two councillors on, and I think I would like to just until this term is completed, and then the next council can determine if it's a priority for them or not. And just considering that council has chosen this as a priority, I would like to see still 2 councillors on the committee. So so I guess I would have to vote against this, but that would be my reason why.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Salvador, no?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah,
To
thank you so
close.
much. So just to close, just want to thank administration and EAC for all the work that's gone into this. I'll keep it short because I think this has been thoroughly discussed at multiple intervals at this point, and happy to hear that there's flexibility going forward when that 2024 date eventually comes in front of us as to whether we move forward with 1 or 2. So thank you, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you. So please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please.
We're just refreshing eScribe. I can tell you that it did carry 10-3.
Okay. Okay, that is carried. All right. Okay, now 7.4, 7.576 for tomorrow. Next one is 7.7, and this.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, is it going to display who the 3 were? Or?
If it doesn't, I can just tell you right now, so just give me 30 seconds. We're eScribe, I think.
I want to make sure I voted correctly.
Okay. Let me just call up here. So I just got to go into the. So I've got those against. It was Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Principe, and Councillor Rice.
Okay.
Are we all good with our votes?
Yep.
Okay, thank you
Good.
so much. Sorry
All right.
about the eScribe.
No
We
worries.
might do a quick refresh here.
Thank you. 7.7, National Urban Park Initiative Outcomes of Pre-Feasibility Phase. This is a recommendation from Urban Planning Committee, and I'll go to Chair Stevenson to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had an opportunity to hear from administration as well as a number of members of the public regarding this strategy. We heard about the approval of this being the approval of the next step of the process, which is a more detailed planning stage that will involve multiple inputs from Edmontonians and in no way binds us to any further action. The committee ultimately concluded to recommend this for approval to City Council, and that brings us to today.
Okay, can you move the recommendation, please?
Yes, happy to move that administration proceed to the planning phase of the National Urban Park Initiative, pending endorsement by Parks Canada, as outlined in the July 12, 2023 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 01668.
Okay, thank you. I'll second that. Okay. Now 2 questions. Councillor Cartmill is for voting only, right, Councillor Cartmill? Or you have questions too? Okay, Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Just the first question, and then do we have the data and from other cities who have this similar situation and also already have the National Urban Park, and to demonstrate that tourism improvement and also economic development support?
So, Councillor Principe, there are some other cities that have this, or Councillor Rice, my apologies. And this can be information that we certainly follow up with. The decision before Council today is just looking at proceeding to the next phase, which is the planning phase. And within that phase, we'll look at governance models in more detail, the park boundary, any investments or funding models, and get more information for Council to comment on that.
Yes, I understand there's 3 phases right now we're taking, and we already, the first phase and already done. So that is the outcome, and then the reports are in front of us. But right now, we need to make a decision to move to the second phase, because the second phase will be the big step, and for us to get to the final phase. That is why I really hope to have that information to really demonstrate and for our city to take effort to take this big step. And then, in fact, we don't have that data, and I'm a little bit concerned about that. That is the first question.
Councillor Rice, yeah, I can add to that. So currently, there's only one other national urban park in Canada. That's the Rouge National Park. However, the context for that park is very different. Many of the lands are owned by the federal government, which is not something we're expecting to take place here. So that's just one example. So the context is a bit different. Of course, there are other municipalities participating in the program, but they're all in early phases of exploring the possibility of a national urban park, similarly to us. So it's just not yet, the information isn't yet available, what other municipalities might be receiving from the government, from the federal government in terms of direct financial benefit. And we also have Miriam Podolsky with Parks Canada on the line. And if we like, she can potentially answer questions about available investments, forthcoming investments among the other municipalities. Miriam, are you on the line?
Yes, hello. Hi, I'm Miriam Podolsky. I'm the Director of National Urban Parks and Ecological Corridors at Parks Canada. I don't have too much to add. I think Agnieszka gave really good information there. So as she said, there is the Rouge National Urban Park outside Toronto. We do have information on some of the economic benefits for the city and the region that have come from the Rouge in terms of sort of jobs and other economic benefits. So that could be put together and shared. Although, as Agnieszka said, it's a little bit of a different model there, but there are still some good lessons learned. And then in terms of other cities moving through the current National Urban Parks program, they're at a similar stage. So those parks aren't up and running yet. They're in an exploratory phase as well.
Okay, thank you for the information. I will stop here and then.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And sorry, I know you debated at committee. I wanted to double check based on one answer you said. You said because the other example that is in place right now, which does have a bit of a different ownership approach, you said you wouldn't expect that here. I wanted to be very clear because I think I heard the mayor really clearly when he first introduced this, and I think I heard it clearly a number of times. But for us here in Edmonton, we would not be entertaining an option that would relinquish ownership to the federal government.
Absolutely not, and it's not even being discussed.
That's what I just want to be clear on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. And Councillor Knack, that was a great question. Sorry, I'm not sure I'm supposed to be addressing councillors personally. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Knack asked a great question. So to administration, just to make it very, very clear, these are early days. Basically, passing this, all it means is that we proceed to a planning phase that sort of details what this could actually look like, because right now we don't have as clear a vision of what it should be, or what it could be. So this is the next step in order to sort of clarify it so that council and the public can see what's on the table and make an informed decision for the next step after that. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor Paquette.
Okay, great. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Can you take a chair? I just have a quick question of clarification.
I have the chair.
Yeah. The Parks Canada is making funding available to undertake this work, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So
we do have some in-kind resources allocated to support the work, but yes.
Yeah, like other than in-kind resources, everything else that is required to do this work, the engagement work, if there's other studies to be done, that's entirely being paid by Parks Canada.
That's correct.
So at this time, other than those human resources, there's no additional cost to us.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. That's I need clarification. I will take the chair back, and I'll go to Councilor Cardwell.
Just to speak, Mayor Sohi?
Okay, thank you. All right, so any further questions? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor, and at this time to speak, Councilor Cardwell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I've jumped back and forth since we had the conversation in committee. For clarity, I understand we're not talking about a transfer of ownership, and I understand that the federal government will contribute resources to allow us to pursue this work, and there's lots of questions. My hesitancy, however, is that I've sort of seen this before. I've seen it on the gondola. I've seen it on a couple of other things where approval to pursue to the next step is taken as tacit endorsement that if we can iron some things out, then we're going to do it. And I'm not there yet. I would be more inclined to support this if it was a portion of our valley and ravine system, particularly undeveloped portions where you could see, perhaps a clear tie to where federal investment, federal dollars investment would lead to further development akin to what we've already done. I don't see a problem to be solved here, and I don't know about the other jurisdictions necessarily, but the city of Edmonton has been just an excellent steward of the ravines in the river valley from my understanding, for over 40 years. So I don't know what necessarily we gain, and I'm concerned that there is something that we lose, and that this begins to look more like a negotiation and less like a fact-finding mission, and so I'm concerned with that. So if it wasn't every, and I'm overstating this, but if it wasn't every green space we owned, I'd feel a little differently. If we were going to pick a piece and do a pilot project and see how it worked, and there was a sunset clause and those kinds of things, I'd be for it. But this is an all or nothing approach that feels like might get decided and solved before we actually get back to a point of having those kinds of conversations. So I hesitate to support that. I don't know that I have a lot of other things to say. That is my apprehension, which is why I'm not going to support this with my vote. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything, but I just wanted to explain why I have this hesitancy. I understand there might be some really positive things that might come out of it, but I would much rather pick a ravine or pick a part and do it that way than give all of our system lock, stock, and barrel and potentially get to a point where we no longer completely control what happens in those spaces before we know it. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really appreciate the points shared by Councillor Carmel, and I think that apprehension has really characterized this debate from the beginning, or this issue from the beginning. I was at the committee. It was a very lengthy discussion. It left me with still lots of questions around governance, around future funding for operating or maintenance. But I think those questions, the discussion indicated that they will be answered in the next planning phase. And I think, I can appreciate that there is a lot of anxiety. And, we also heard from Edmontonians at the committee who were really worried about this, jurisdictional piece. And I think that the responses there put some of those to rest as well. And I just think it would be, almost irresponsible if we did walk away, leaving resources on the table, and not even entertain or explore or answer some of those questions, for me, are kind of critical to indicate whether or not we want to move ahead. And if we leave all that on the table, I'm not sure if we can truly say that we are good stewards or we care for the ribbon of green. I am in favor of this. I think a lot of the concerns that Edmontonians have shared with me and our office have really been addressed in detail. There's still lots of things that's not resolved, and I'm confident that this next phase will help to answer some of that as the next checkpoint to say whether or not we really, want to be in. So, and I also recognize that, we're not the only one, that there's several other initiatives, that this is, there's not a model that this particular initiative is following, since the context have changed significantly from when Rouge was established a long time ago. So I think this offers new opportunity for partnership, for governance model, and for how we may want to care for the river valley. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice? You're next.
So do I need close or
No,
am I last?
to
Oh,
s-
no,
to
no,
s-
no,
to
sorry.
speak.
Oh, I
To speak.
understand it right now. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I said that. Yes, I have a few things to say here. So I strongly agree with what my colleague, Councillor Cartmel mentioned, and also I understand then different points here. I just want to say, and before I become aware of our city administration contact the public survey, I conducted my own survey to gain understanding what my ward constituents think about whether Edmonton should proceed towards developing election urban park, and then actually in total I received over like 620 response, and majority indicated we should not move forward with this at this time with this process. I understand we talk about, say, at this moment, say we are not transfer the ownership, but in the report, it said very clear and is unknown and for the governance model and the financial model. And that financial model and governance model will be determined after the planning phase will be is completed. This is actually create the uncertainty and create some anxiety, and for our public to feel we are going to lose that control. We are not going to lose that control. And then specifically right now, and even though from funding perspective, yes, Parks Canada will provide some funding for city use our human resources and to do this work. And with the work moving forward, because it's a vast scope of our valley, river valley system for what we picked this area, is a huge work will needed, and in terms of like further research and further analysis, cost analysis, and further engagement with so many other priorities and in our city right now, and we need focus on to provide the solution, address certain concerns for our Edmontonians. I cannot say the huge benefits, what's for us to do. And if we put lots of effort and then come back and say, no, we just walk away, we don't want to do this. Why at this moment? And we just listen and to our public, our Edmontonians, and specifically this morning, we received the petitions, and then from our Edmontonians that petition and demonstrate another data set and provide the perspective from our public, say maybe it's time for us to look at more and before we take the big step. So I didn't say this is urgent need to proceed with moving towards a national urban park. And also, if we do not move forward, there will be no concerns of Edmonton losing control over this river valley system. This is a big system for us. And depending on the funding model, and then it may less risk of adding additional upward pressure on taxation rates and for Edmontonians as well. So I think in summary, there is no need to fix and what is not broken. And it appears Edmontonians are already satisfied with our existing river valley system. So where is the problem? What's the problem we're going to solve? And with lots of efforts and unknown funding, unknown governance model. So at this moment, I think I'm going to not support this. I'm hesitant and to support this motion move forward. So I will not support this motion on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you for this. As a member of Urban Planning Committee, I wasn't planning on speaking to this because I did already speak to it at Urban Planning Committee when this was debated, but I think there was a kind of a question that was brought up by Councillor Cartmell and then reiterated by Councillor Rice that I think, you know, as it's due diligence to debate, I'd like to highlight what I think are some of the problems that are being addressed with the exploration of this National River Park. So, you know, when I think about the three pillars that the National Urban Park is based off of, we have reconciliation, accessibility, and conservation. And I think I just want to break down those three in terms of our current state if we don't proceed with this and what the possible benefits of collaboration could provide. You know, I think back to budget in December, and there was many River Valley service packages and capital profiles that did not get funded. You know, we have erosion and degradation of our River Valley. We have, quite frankly, mountain biking. We talked about having a strategy that Councillor Salvador talked about that didn't get funded. We talk about how important the River Valley is, and it is important, but I don't think we are doing as aggressive or as much as we could potentially do on the conservation side that we could potentially do in partnership with federal dollars. Accessibility, I know one of the things that many were concerned about as Edmontonians is, you know, this image of having to pay for access. And I think the fact that accessibility is one of those pieces is really huge because it's been very clear from the onset that this is not going to be like Jasper or Banff where you have to pay an admission, and accessibility is a core value that's guiding this work. But I also think about how, you know, something like the funicular, I was thinking about this the other day, and how now people in a wheelchair can go and have a lookout over the River Valley and see a view that without that funicular and without that lookout point, they would not have access to. And so while it's a gem, it's not a gem that's being able to be used equally by all Edmontonians and being experienced equally by all Edmontonians. And so I would like to see what funding is available to make at least portions of our River Valley more accessible for all Edmontonians to enjoy. Reconciliation, we just had 7.2, item 7.2. You know, I think without the federal involvement, without their work and that collaboration with First Nations, Métis people, the federal government, and the city of Edmonton, I don't think reconciliation is really happening in again, that same way as I mentioned with conservation, in the scope and scale that we have committed to as a council. And it won't with our current resources and capacity. We need the federal government and we need those nations and at the table to fully look and suss out, you know, this historically significant space for Indigenous people and how we really truly reflect that. And we're not doing that now. We don't have any projects coming up that are really addressing that. Maybe a little bit with Rosedale, but that's really about it in terms of discussions with First Nation and the River Valley. So I think there is benefit. I think there is potential. And I absolutely don't want to not explore what that could be. And one of the things that I said at Urban Planning Committee that I'd also like to reiterate is that it was very clear from committee members that the financial contribution from the federal government ought match the value of what we are providing. And so if that is not the case when this comes back after, you know, if this is approved today, I absolutely will walk away. Absolutely, I have no problem with that. I get the, you know, sometimes that you know, we say yes and then it gets harder and harder to say no. But I think we have been clear at Urban Planning Committee that we have no problem walking away if it doesn't work. And in terms of conversations with residents, it's funny because I didn't do a survey, but I've had a lot of conversations. And as soon as I explain, well, this is where we're at, this is what this means, this is what this could do, I actually had people that were really opposed to this idea say, actually, that's pretty reasonable. And so I do think that, yes, there's a lot of misinformation about this, but when you actually talk to people about what decision point we're making today, I think Edmontonians are overall quite supportive when they understand the context. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and sorry I didn't speak to it at committee, so I thought I would just offer a bit of thoughts here. Really appreciate, through you, Mr. Chair, the comments of Councillor Rutherford about some of the ideas to explore. For me, I'm very uncertain. I don't have much knowledge about whether this is the right thing to do at this point, but I'm also encouraged by what I've heard through the debate that was at committee and through some of the answers. Similar to Councillor Rutherford, most of the correspondence I got a lot of emails and I was out hitting doors. Most people who were concerned had read the email that was being circulated by the one organization that was going to potentially want to speak today, which clearly incorrectly stated that this was a way to transfer ownership over to the federal government, which I have since been told both through committee and clearly through the answer that Mr. Corbold has just stated, that there is not a scenario that we would entertain that would transfer ownership. I've heard that clearly through Mayor Sohi, I've heard that clearly through our city manager, I've heard that clearly through the discussion. And then when I shared that information with the folks that I spoke with, almost every single one of them came back and said, oh, okay, like that was their big concern. They're willing to explore more just as I am. So I thought that was worth saying probably, the 20th time out loud, because I think Mayor Sohi has said it more times than I can recall at this point. But I appreciate that there was not correct information being shared by an organization that should have frankly known based off the folks who were involved with that organization. So I think with that hopefully put to rest, happy to get more information. I do actually, and I appreciated Councillor Cartmel's comments, I actually like the gondola as a good example, because that was an example where we did say no. We kept it going, and I was one of the ones who was happy to say yes for a while, and then I hit a point based off the information that I ultimately said no, because I felt that based off at that certain point in time, it wasn't worth pursuing any further, and so I saw no issue with that process. It was a thoughtful process where we went through and had good debate, we got good information, and then ultimately changed direction partway through that process. So I think not unlike that, I am more than willing to say no if I get this information and it isn't satisfactory, just as I'm sure our city administration would not recommend it if they felt that there was an insufficient opportunity for us to do better as a city. So happy to get more information, and thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I am in support of continuing the into the next phase. The report itself says that further work is needed to better understand the scope and scale, and I think that's what the next phase is going to do. And why we need to do it is we all here know how beautiful our river valley is. And I think by identifying it as a national urban park, then we'll help create that for the rest of the country, for other tourists, and make it a destination for people to come to. And with the right consultation and conservation, I'm hoping that's something that can be done. So I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I've heard some and seen some concerns in the public realm about this, and it's mostly, well, let's put it this way. For some, every issue should become a political wedge issue, stir up fears, stir up doubts, perhaps even provide false or disingenuous information with a tenuous tether to the truth and blah. You have folks who suddenly have doubts and fears. We see it all the time. My concern is allowing that kind of political maneuvering to become the way we engage in governance at the city level, Luckily, I don't think anyone on council does that, but we see it in the public realm, and it's disheartening. When we have questions, we ask them. If there's negotiating to be done, we negotiate. There's a bit of justifiable concern that negotiating with other orders of government requires good faith that isn't always there. But on the federal level, I think that the track record has been that there is that willingness to engage in good faith. We've definitely been the beneficiaries of a lot of excellent federal programs over the past few years. And look, nothing proceeds without council and public approval. Just as the gondola did not proceed, there is an opportunity here that extends beyond our river valley in terms of protecting our watershed, which means protecting the environments and systems through which our drinking water flows. There is zero harm whatsoever in continuing the discussion to see what this could look like. And it is truly a way to potentially share costs in managing this priceless public resource with both the municipality and the federal government, and to provide a feeling of stability and permanence for residents who want to see the River Valley continue to be a gift for future generations. There's also, as has been mentioned, the aspect of Indigenous partnership. Much of the River Valley that we love today used to be the traditional home of Indigenous peoples who have been relocated out of Edmonton. And maybe some people will say that's just fine, survival of the fittest or whatever nonsense we commonly hear to dismiss some aspects of Canadian history. But the fact that we could possibly provide generations a gift, that we could provide protections for our waterways, that we could give a feeling of stability and permanence, and that we could ensure that beyond just the council, there is another level of government that is invested in the protection of what is very non-debatable and important ecosystem pathway. It's something that I think is worth exploring. We are not tied into any decision. The idea that we go to the next step creates an unstoppable momentum is obviously belied by the gondola decision. We're not mindless automatons when we're talking about the public. The public is aware. The public watches, and the public will weigh in, and council will respond to those public concerns. And as we go forward, many of those concerns may absolutely be real, but many of them may actually go away. They will be dispelled because we will have clarity. When it comes to these important conversations, it just seems that we should always open the door for more conversation, more information, instead of closing the door for less, to say no further, without actually seeing what is on offer. So that's why this will get my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. At the Urban Planning Committee meeting, there were a number of people who signed up to speak to this, and many of them were very supportive of undertaking this further study and exploring the option of protecting the erosion that is happening or stopping the erosion that is happening in the river valley. We are losing land in the river valley. We have seen that, and there's data that community members shared with us to make that point. There's a potential, as Councillor Rutherford has so well articulated, along with her colleagues, opportunity to advance our work on reconciliation with Indigenous communities or improve accessibility in every sense that we envision accessibility. And I think there were few people who were also opposed at the Urban Planning Committee meeting. It was very interesting that when one of the person who signed up in opposition, when we shared with them about some of the conditions that will be in place, such as that that there will be no transfer of River Valley Park land to the federal government, or that Edmontonians will retain the ownership and control of the river valley, or that land use and other permitted activities are determined by the city of Edmonton as they are done today, or that access to the river valley will be same for Edmontonians as it always have been, no park fees or anything to and I think after listening to that conversation, that person was pretty convinced that, oh yeah, this is something that we should be exploring. So I think we just need to up our communication and tackle some of the concerns that people have, whether they're based on fear or what they're hearing out in the community. I along with the protection and ecological protection and erosion and reconciliation, improving accessibility, I think there's an economic opportunity here. Our river valley is a jewel, and we take pride in it. And everywhere I go, I talk about that you have one of the largest urban parks in North America here in Edmonton, and you can actually experience wilderness while living in an urban center close to downtown. Not many communities have that, and we are not marketing that great asset to attract talent to this city. We are not marketing that asset to attract investment and visitors to our city. So having that designation elevates that importance and really allows us to tap into not only the resources that federal government, and I absolutely agree that resources needs to be, federal support has to be proportional to the size. So Miriam, you're hearing this conversation, right? So take note of that. It has to be proportional, but there are other opportunities, and it's not costing us any money to do this study, and I think we should continue to explore this. And if those conditions that I have articulated are not part of the agreement, then we'll make that decision at that time not to support this, right? I think let's continue to explore this. Let's continue to work with Indigenous communities and Parks Canada to get to the next stage. And with that, I will take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the conversation today, and I want to apologize for providing such a brief summary of the conversation, because there are some pertinent pieces that I didn't share in terms of the conversation at committee. One of the most central things in this conversation and what this next phase would include would be looking at the scope and scale of the project. So the idea of potentially starting with a smaller area, a single ravine, a smaller park within the river valley is absolutely something that could be an outcome of this next stage of planning. I also failed to mention that there will be multiple check-ins, not only with Edmontonians, but with council. There's multiple opportunities to reflect on the direction that it's taking, to see new information and new approaches, and determine our desire to continue at each step along the way. And again, just to very clearly state, in no way does this process bind us to any final outcome. There's still further steps after this decision point. I appreciate the idea that there is some uncertainty right now, but this planning process is the opportunity to answer those questions, to provide that clarity. The only clarity that we receive by not proceeding at this point, we'll know that we will not be getting any federal funding to support and invest in the jewel that is our river valley, or the national prominence that having such a designation would provide to our community. So for all of those reasons, I'm very keen to support this, see what comes, and continue to make informed decisions as we move forward in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So please vote. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are ahead of schedule. Oh. Okay, I think the suggestion from clerk is that we bring forward 9.1, right?
Yeah, if we just bring 9.1 and 9.2 and then go in camera, if that's okay?
Yeah.
And we can probably stay there to do 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4.
Okay, Councillor
Thank you.
Hamilton?
So moved.
Second.
To bring forward 9.1, 9.2?
Yep.
Right, okay, okay, yep. Please, oh, second by Councillor Tang, so please vote.
We're just waiting for one vote. Thanks, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can someone move that we go into private? Councillor.
I'll move we go into private, subject to section 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice, please vote.
Just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll give you a few minutes
Yeah,
to settle.
2 minutes. Yeah, thank you so much.
Are ready to proceed. Agenda. We are on item 7.1, monthly update on transit safety plan and the downtown core verbal report. It's the time specific for 1:30. And I think Andre will go over to you for a presentation, and we have a delegation that you probably want to introduce as well, right? So go ahead. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. We're here today to provide a verbal update on the transit safety plan and the downtown.
Do we have a just hold on. Or roll call, of course. I want to do a roll call. I thought we have okay. Here. Sorry, Andre.
It's okay.
All right. Okay. Oh, here you go. Councillor Wright, how are you?
Good afternoon.
All right. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Prince.
Hello.
And Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
You're there. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
I'm here. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
There you go. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right. We have some guests with us as well, right? So these are the CSC 52 folks, right? Yeah. Yeah, thanks for coming to see us. Yeah. Okay. All right. We are back. Okay, here we go. Andre, over to you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We're here today to provide a verbal update on the transit safety plan and the downtown core. We have with us here Robbie Caboni from Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society. Joining from Edmonton Police Service are Acting Superintendent Angela Kemp from Crime Suppression and Investigation Division, and Deputy Chief Darren Durko. Also here is Dwayne Hunter, our Director of Transit Safety, and of course Jennifer Flaman to my right. As part of the delegation, we also will be joined by several others who represent downtown vibrancy, transit, Chinatown, community standards and neighborhoods, and those who work with Edmontonians experiencing homelessness or other challenges. As you know, these updates were created to provide regular feedback on complex interdependent work by the city and partner organizations. Our aim is to provide the most current and relevant information possible so that you as governors can make informed decisions. But it's also an opportunity to connect your decisions as council to the hard work done every day in transit spaces. Transit peace officers, EPS officers, security guards, operators, continually working to improve safety, security, and service. And this is vital work is also supported by our transit safety staff, cleaning staff, structural staff, and others in space. It's also worth noting that these updates do require considerable effort and resources, and at the end of our discussion, I'll be recommending that we move to quarterly reporting so that we can balance the need for information with the necessary work to make progress. We will begin with a high-level overview of efforts in Chinatown and downtown, as well as information on encampments and emergency shelter use. This will provide important context for more specific discussions within transit safety. I want to share some context around the evolution of the transit safety work over time and where we would like to get to. Of course, drug trafficking and drug use are significant drivers of the issues we are seeing in transit spaces, and we are well aware of what the core root problems that cause some of that are as well. Updates to the conduct of transit passenger safety bylaw were approved last year during the June 10th, 2022 City Council meeting. These changes clarified that use of drugs in transit spaces is not tolerated. These amendments will carry forward to the new public spaces bylaw that will be coming forward for consideration. However, a few foundational pieces needed before we could fully enforce these bylaw changes. We needed the social support connections as a foundation. This including implementing additional COT teams and the Boyle Street opioid response teams were vital to getting this right. We also needed an increase in the number of TPOs and EPS officers in the system, and recent council and provincial funding decisions have supported increasing the staffing, and time is needed to recruit and train some of those resources. Finally, we've made progress over the last 6 months with deploying TPOs and EPS in transit spaces together as a team. So as we come to you today, we're in a much better position to enforce the bylaw in its full intent. And enforcement is needed and reinforces that public safety is our priority. But we are also mindful that compassion is needed when dealing with vulnerable people, and we have to support them through our COT and EPS help teams. So you hear more on this as the presentation unfolds, and with that, I will hand over to Jennifer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. As our previous updates have shown, transit safety is interconnected with other issues. Emergency shelter capacity and the type of shelter spaces offered, both for day and night, has an impact on the number of people in encampments. Emergency shelter usage has been high this summer, at 94% capacity in June and 91% capacity for the bulk of July. The Government of Alberta recently confirmed funding for an additional permanent 150 shelter spaces, bringing the total number up to 777 permanently funded spaces here in Edmonton. Administration continues to work with our provincial partners on an approach to the upcoming winter, where we can expect more temporary shelter spaces to come online, along with additional pressure. In terms of encampment, complaints are up throughout the city, not just the downtown core. In order to focus this presentation on transit safety specifically, however, reminding the Council that a detailed monthly encampment memo is provided. As of the end of July 2023, our encampment statistics demonstrated a year-over-year increase in complaints of 50%. Approximately 31% of the camps removed so far in 2023 were assessed as high risk, which is down from 36% in 2022. Additionally, 33% of total complaints generated are from the top 10 neighborhoods, which is down from 37% in 2022. The Healthy Streets Operations Centre Community Safety Liaisons have been delivering presentations related to citizen safety as they move through downtown and transit. They have also worked with Boyle Street Community Services and delivered presentations to more than 300 people in the past month. With that, I'll pass the discussion over to Brett.
Thank you. Chinatown recovery actions continued throughout the month. Members of the local community, community safety liaisons, bylaw officers, and EPS members, all from the Healthy Streets Operations Centre, recently completed a community safety walk in Chinatown South, also known as the Quarters. This led to a number of simple security fixes for certain properties, education for the community on how to report certain incidents, such as graffiti tagging, loiterers who appeared to be under the influence, and general vandalism. The walk was extremely well received by community, and though not all the concerns could be immediately addressed, many things were, and their low-hanging fruit continues to be addressed by the city and its partners in the community. The Chinatown Recovery Committee met on July 18th, and they made a motion to seek further funding from the city for the Chinatown Recovery Fund. This request will highlight not only the progress of the work of the fund, but also what is some of what is left to be done. The Chinatown Transformation Collaborative continues to work through their governance issues by electing a new board of directors, and they look forward to working with the Director of Strategy and Emerging Economy, myself, to get the organization back on track and to implement the strategy. We are looking forward to working with them to piggyback on some projects that are already underway in the community and address some of the low-hanging fruit that they see as opportunities to move the Chinatown strategy forward. On July 29th, there was a Chinatown After Dark event. It was really well received with 300 plus attendees. This was the first event run by YEG Chinatown. It's a grassroots collective focused on Chinatown revitalization. The city also met with Chinatown strategy stakeholders on August 17th to discuss roles and responsibilities, as well as outline expectations and how we work together. There is also approximately 100,000 remaining in the Chinatown Revitalization Fund. This is the fund through Neighborhood Revitalization, not the Chinatown Recovery Fund. That community members can apply for grants up until mid-September, and these funds are to be used for safety and/or beautification. Also, most recently, this past Sunday, the Chinatown Summer Festival took place. I don't have any attendance numbers. It was a very recent event, but I was there. I saw many of you there. It was very well attended, and the BIA, from the conversations that I've had, were ecstatic with the results. And with that, I'll pass it on to Tom Gervin.
Thanks, Brett. We continue to award funding to businesses and organizations through various streams, including the Downtown Vibrancy Fund and Meet Me Downtown Grant. Year to date, we've awarded $2 million to 75 projects and are receiving an increased volume of applications for projects that are focused on increasing the number of people downtown to live, work, play, and visit. I wanted to highlight one of these projects, which has a transit focus, the YEG Dignity Mural in Churchill Station, which was recently unveiled and is a beautiful addition to our transit area. There are more festivals and events this year than prior to the pandemic, and the majority have received funding through the Downtown Vibrancy. Early feedback is that many of the festivals and events have been well attended, and the recurring ones are seeing a strong return of attendees. I also want to highlight that ETS works actively with festivals as a community partner. As a festival sponsor, ETS provides free transit access to festival volunteers and provides access to transit advertising space to promote the festivals. Examples of downtown events ETS has supported this year have been the Alberta Circus Arts Festival, Street Performers Festival, and Taste of Edmonton, which just wrapped up a very successful 10-day event. We're measuring success of our efforts on downtown vibrancy and specifically the funding in multiple ways. This includes data sourced from a telecommunications partner that tracks the number of people downtown, both in general and for specific events. As we progress with this data tool, more detailed information and data will be available on our efforts to encourage more people to return downtown. Another mechanism is through the Insight community, where this spring we collected data about how cleanliness impacts the perception of safety downtown, and this survey will be collected again this fall. We continue to focus on sharing the good news, exciting events, and incredible activities happening in our downtown. This includes a new Downtown Vibrancy webpage that includes a listing of events, interactive social media posts, and suggested top downtown destinations, a storytelling campaign to share different perspectives on the people and places that make our downtown special, and a social media campaign to promote and amplify events and activities happening downtown. We're also working closely with a number of downtown businesses and organizations to create unique events and activities to attract more people downtown, including launching a bike valet, doing improv downtown tours, and many themed and featured drink and dinner specials with local restaurants. This work will continue in terms of collaborating with businesses and organizations to help support projects that promote sustained and long-term vibrancy in our downtown. With that, I'll hand it to Dwayne.
Thank you, Tom. Transit safety is not isolated. What happens in other spaces can have significant positive and negative effects for our work. The previous slides also pointed to the bigger picture. You might consider them additional puzzle pieces. We continue working across the organization and with external partners to connect our transit safety pillars to broader discussions and efforts to address homelessness, mental health issues, substance abuse, and vibrancy. The discussion in the next slide reflects work that has progressed in the transit safety space over the past several months. With council support and direction, we've been putting foundational pieces in place to support all four pillars so we can improve safety holistically. Transit safety work takes place along a continuum, and our response to different issues depends on what is happening. We need to have the right resources in the right place at the right time. Sometimes that means a stronger enforcement-based approach, but in other places that means working to understand how Edmontonians perceive transit spaces or ensuring supports are there to ensure well-being. Next slide, please. For our safety pillar, we've listed some statistics, including violent criminal incidents, medical incidents, and 3 new categories: EPS violent calls for service, naloxone deployments, and the crime severity index. Some takeaways. First, violent calls for service to the EPS are down. Our next slide will add further analysis about crime severity. Second, there has been a dramatic increase in naloxone deployments. We can be partly attributed to the clarity which was provided by the opioid assessment and naloxone implementation guide in December of 2022. We are also aware that many individuals deliberately consume controlled substances in transit spaces because there are safety mechanisms in place. Many different stakeholders are involved in assisting those who are experiencing an overdose. At this point, we are only able to report on the number of security guard and peace officer naloxone deployments. Of note, we continue to track naloxone use and drug poisonings to better inform the city's response. Third, medical incidents are described by ETS as incidents where a person may require first aid, medical attention, or an ambulance, and it is reported to the ETS Control Center. These can include a rider injury, a person requesting emergency medical assistance, or a bystander reporting a medical incident. These have increased over last year. Next slide, please. The Crime Severity Index measures changes in the level of severity of crime. All crimes are assigned a weight based on their seriousness. The level of seriousness is based on actual sentences handed down by the courts in all provinces and territories. EPS has produced a CSI measure for transit, which will help us better understand the quantity and severity of incidents in transit spaces. Using the CSI, we can ensure we are best focusing our efforts on the prevention of harm in transit locations. All calls for service to the EPS for the entire transit system have increased. However, the average severity of violent crime has dropped by 11.9% compared to 2022. This can be attributed in large part to the holistic approach we are taking. Transit community safety teams, better known as TRACs, are proactively working with TPOs to address identified locations in and around transit, which require robust and collective community safety approach. Our TPO contingent has also increased, and by the end of 2023, there will be 21 new TPOs patrolling transit and assisting with our lockup process. Teams focused on securing locations or activating the spaces have also taken on several projects that are still ongoing. COD is also now fully staffed, giving us the ability to reach more individuals turning to transit for safety and security. Next slide, please. Perception of safety is key to increased ridership, which itself improves safety. Transit ridership has continued to perform well and recover, and we expect it to increase in the fall as more off-peak service hours are added to the schedule. As part of the broader work within this pillar, ETS has deliberately been working to increase awareness of reporting tools. We are also undertaking research into rider experiences. As mentioned during previous updates, there are 3 surveys being conducted in transit spaces to assist with our understanding of perception of safety. More robust quantitative and qualitative results will be available in the future. However, you can see a 5% drop in percentage of riders feeling safe during the entire trip. This is not entirely surprising, as we have been hearing significant concerns around drug use in transit spaces. A key theme from the recent completed Public Spaces Bylaw Review public engagement was safety. Respondents cited downtown, transit, and trails as places where they felt most unsafe. When asked their level of concern around specific behaviors, 89% of respondents said they were extremely or very concerned about visible drug use. The data, overall, tells us people are uncomfortable with visible drug use in public spaces. When asked about their comfort level for specific behaviors in specific locations, visible drug use in transit property received the lowest percentage of comfort at 4%. As part of the work in this pillar, we also looked to measures that would affect perception of safety. We analyzed nonviolent and disorder type calls for service. Nonviolent calls consist of events such as theft, fraud, and property-related crime. Disorder events include mischief, disturbances, trouble with person, etc. Our calls for service to ETS continue to rise, which can be partly attributed to the continued recovery of ridership and increased awareness of how to report incidents. There is also a bit of a paradox around calls for service. As we reduce our tolerance for unacceptable behavior, we can also expect more calls when an unacceptable behavior is noticed. In addition to a slight decline in vandalism costs, we have also seen a 23% reduction of tickets, which points out to how TPOs continue to use education instead of enforcement to achieve compliance. Next slide, please. With that, I'll turn it over to Robbie.
You may have seen recent news that COD is now fully staffed with 7 teams. Increased staffing means increased interactions. Engagements are down slightly, but this is expected given the new COD teams need to become familiar to many of the people sheltering in the transit system before they are ready to engage with the team members. While summer is a quieter time, it is also an opportunity to build rapport. The investment of time now will translate into engagements as temperatures drop and situations become more desperate. We continue to pilot the COT booth 2 mornings a week in Churchill Station. COT teams rely on relationships, and predictable venue makes that much easier. Our teams are seeing some of the same people, returning participants turning into meaningful engagements. The hope is that this predictability will translate into steps forward for individuals to ultimately find ways out of transit spaces. We don't always get to know why individuals are using the transit system as a place to shelter, but a primary reason we do hear from people relates to the shelter system. There is no more room at shelters, or individuals do not feel safe at a shelter for a variety of reasons: shelter conditions, other individuals staying there, or even trauma or mental health challenges that make the shelter setting extremely difficult. The second thing our clients often tell us is that they have nowhere else to go. Some are new to Edmonton or even new to Canada. Some are unsafe in their home, and some simply do not have any other option or networks to turn to. A third reason is weather, and we all know that winter is coming, but the summer has its own challenges with heavy rain, cool nights, or extreme heat, and even smoke. With the winter in mind, COT teams have been considering what we can do to prepare. We continue to provide free bus tickets or path passes to eligible individuals. Last year, we had winter warming bags with supply socks, toques, mitts, and such, as well as emergency food bags with various food items that can be consumed without cooking. We will have all of this available again this winter, and we expect a much greater demand given what we've seen around shelter capacity. Next slide.
Thank you, Robbie. The only way we will improve transit safety is by working together. In November, a transit safety working group was formed to plan and execute strategies. This has evolved into regular collaboration, team meetings with representatives from all work areas. We are able to action items quickly and efficiently, discuss projects, provide updates, and proactively identify problems and work towards solutions. Recently, we've also formalized our Integrated Transit Data Committee, which is made up of data specialists from EPS, the city, and Bentero. All groups are dedicated to creating data sharing framework that will provide a deeper understanding of our transit system. Our goal, to always deploy the right resources with the right authority in the right place at the right time. We will measure outcomes to correspond to the 4 pillars, sharing information with a consistent language to ensure that data is clean. For example, we are using EPS definitions for violent and non-violent incidents to ensure we are capturing the same call types. Even though it'll take approximately 18 months for the EPS's transit community safety teams tracks to be fully staffed, 3 teams are already up and running. Tracks and TPOs are working together, patrolling hotspots strategically, pairing when required. Collaboration between TPOs and police has always occurred, and it continues. In early July, when a homicide occurred next to Belvedere Transit Facility, EPS investigators quickly shared images of the suspect. TPOs immediately recognized the accused, shared his identity with EPS, and an arrest was made quickly, highlighting that collaboration has a definite impact. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates criminal incidents in transit spaces. As you can see, more than 50% of these criminal incidents are drug-related. While the number of criminal incidents has decreased slightly from last year, the percentages and breakdowns remain similar. Drug-related incidents continue to make up the majority of incidents where investigations have occurred. Please note that these drug incidents do not include medical incidents or naloxone deployments. Additional reporting will be provided this fall to Community and Public Service Committee with recommendations for the municipality when addressing drug poisonings. We believe our greatest impact will come from a focus on high-frequency incidents with a low to moderate severity. To put it another way, we could focus on something like robbery with higher severity, but we can make a bigger difference by focusing on drug offenses. Drug use and trafficking is not only higher frequency, it's often a precursor to higher severity incidents such as weapons offenses and assaults. We can recognize that addressing drug use in transit spaces is complex. Once again, contributing factors being outside of transit spaces and beyond our control. But our response is within transit spaces, where open drug use has significant cascading impacts on everyone. Enforcement works on a safety continuum, beginning with awareness and education and escalating as required. Any response depends on actions or behaviors being exhibited. When it comes to trafficking and similar behaviors, a stronger approach is warranted. But we fully recognize that individuals consuming drugs in transit facilities have often experienced trauma and require additional services and supports. In those cases, our approach begins with communication, education, and support, escalating only when other options are not effective. Next slide, please. This slide builds on the previous slide and shows how drug-related offenses are correlated to other criminal incidents. Using data sets from September to December for the past 2 years, we can see that drug-related incidents have the highest correlation with trespassing and trouble with person incidents, then break and enter, weapons, and assault. The impacts are felt by our riders, our staff, our contractors, a diverse cross-section of people with multiple intersecting identity factors. Next slide, please. We've been analyzing the trends in violent and nonviolent incidents since 2019. This slide shows data from 18 stations where our proactive work has been focused. Each deflection coincides with proactive deployments involving TPOs and EPS since 2021. Our highest number of violent incidents occurred during the first quarter of each year, which has continued to rise on average by approximately 41% each year. Taking the impact of seasonality into account, the trend line suggests that our lowest number of incidents that we experienced during the summer will not be as low as they were in 2022. In coming quarters, we anticipate the highest number to date of violent and nonviolent incidents. We are preparing accordingly, analyzing the types of calls our teams are responding to, and will continue using proactive deployments. Next slide. While it's too big to show here, we rely on a Gantt chart to track the implementation of the many projects and initiatives currently underway or already completed. This includes ownership, milestones, and results for each project and initiative. In the next slides, we'll provide an overview of some of the work in the months to come, so you have an idea of where we're headed. For our safety pillar, EPS Northeast Branch Beats and our TPO group have built a collaborative operational plan. Police and TPOs will proactively patrol Belvedere, Coliseum, and Clearview transit centers in response to high call volumes and recent violent events. Teams will proactively patrol all of transit property at each of the stations, travel between each station on the LRT, similar to the Southgate approach. We have itemized and prioritized locations that experience repeat break and enters as well as vandalism, so we are better able to secure transit facilities during non-operational hours. Through provincial support announced earlier in the spring, 11 LRT stations have had door upgrades as well as 4 bus stations, with much more work underway. In addition, provincial funding is allowing additional security cameras throughout the system, which will increase safety while limiting blind spots. Next slide, please. Turning to the perception of safety, we see a few other examples of how provincial funding will be visible in and around transit spaces. In recent weeks, a former cafe in the south end of Churchill Square has been retrofitted into a substation for TPOs, police, and outreach workers. We are also doing enhanced cleaning throughout the transit system, activation work on McDonald Drive, and building on the Southgate approach, which saw TPOs and police patrol between Southgate and Century Park transit facilities. Work is underway to activate the transit terminal and transit space neighboring onto Melmo community and to focus work on other stations, including McEwen and Corona. In addition to this provincial grant work, we launched a pilot for a QR code survey in 4 LRT stations: Churchill, Belvedere, Century Park, and Stadium. The QR code survey is one of the many tools that will be used to solicit feedback from riders, the main benefit being the collection of in-the-moment location-specific feedback for each station, which allows us to analyze the immediate impacts of safety and security measures on the perception of safety. The QR code survey will also help us further understand how perception of safety is impacted in real time by various factors such as time, ridership volumes, presence of safety and security personnel, and physical environment. In less than 1 month, over 200 people across all 4 stations have participated in the survey. The QR codes will be active for 4 months, and we expect to share insights from the pilot later in the fall. Next slide, please. As part of our well-being pillar, COP members continue to make connections with vulnerable Edmontonians who turn to transit facilities for safety and support. As Robbie mentioned, these connections are crucial in bridging people to supports outside of transit spaces. They also establish a foundation that can provide invaluable if someone's situation deteriorates. Ultimately, COT is crucial to helping people transition out of transit spaces, which are not designed, intended, or resourced to support vulnerable people. As part of the future work, we are working on a permanent space and central LRT stations so COT members can engage clients and more efficiently bridge them to services outside of transit spaces. When people are experiencing trauma and hardship, instant communication is often the biggest barrier. This permanent station will provide it possible to go to the location knowing a COT member will be there. This location will also provide opportunities to build partnerships so that the foundation of trust can directly lead to outside supports. You may have noticed recent media coverage of In With Forward, which is recruiting local listeners to go into transit spaces as part of the Oracle listening experience. This is a complement to other survey work with a different angle and methodology. Oracle uses a story-based approach to understand what transit spaces mean to a wide range of people. Local listeners will engage a wide range of folks into transit spaces, commuters, frequent riders, and those who might be in the space to sleep or get out of the elements through this work. We will have a better understanding of the broader set of factors shaping well-being in and around transit. Next slide, please. As highlighted in our previous updates, integration has been the foundation of any success to date. The Integrated Transit Data Committee is up and running. 3 EPS transit community safety teams are working proactively within transit and working with TPOs, guided by a standing SOP where they patrol hotspots strategically. The business case for ICE, Integrated Call Evaluation and Dispatch, is complete and being presented to executive leadership with a funding request expected in November. This center would be the collaborative evaluation and dispatch hub that would include all CCTV, which would be significant force multiplier as we monitor and dispatch resources accordingly. Also underway is Unison Downtown, an initiative of downtown vibrancy and safety. The aim of this team is to share deployment insight with security stakeholders downtown. By consolidating safety data that was previously isolated, we can optimize resource allocation, enhance decision-making processes, and ultimately improve the overall effectiveness of public safety operations in the core of the city. As Jen mentioned earlier, encampments and shelter spaces have cascading impacts on transit spaces. Particularly as temperatures drop, winter planning is a priority. There are a number of activities associated with our winter response, and some of the key efforts are listed here, including continuing transportation, support, and shelter availability. A memo on the city's plan to support vulnerable Edmontonians this coming winter will be sent in the coming weeks, with more details on the key activities that the city will employ to keep people safe during cold weather conditions. Next slide. As we inch closer to the opening of the Valley Line, we continue to meet with TransEd to ensure we are mitigating as many issues as possible. Earlier this month, key staff members in the transit space conducted a site visit and demo of the new line to provide their input from a transit safety and flow perspective. Many stops on the Valley Line are comparable to stations within the existing system, and predictive analysis will be key for understanding what we can expect based on neighborhood, type, makeup, which will influence proactive joint deployment. Over to you, sir.
Great. Thanks, Dwayne, Robbie, and the whole team. So transit safety is a complex journey. We have an understanding of the complex challenges and factors that filter down into transit spaces. Improving safety in our city is the work of all levels of government, policing, and political social agencies. And while we will not solve these problems overnight, we will continue to work together to make some progress. Within transit spaces, we must ensure Edmontonians can continue to expect reliability, safety, and convenience as they travel within our city. We will continue communicating with Edmontonians as we are hearing the same thing that is borne out by our data. Drug-related incidents are a significant concern in transit spaces. The city is leading a focused response so that riders can feel safe using public transit. And through our partnerships with Edmonton Police Service and Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society, we will respond to drug-related incidents and prevent their escalation. This work builds on Council's firm emphasis on transit safety, coupled with support for resources to bridge vulnerable people into the supports that they need. Last year, Council explicitly acknowledged that drug use is not acceptable in transit spaces, and you as Council also have continued to support the work of putting more resources into these spaces through increased TPOs, as well as ensuring that we have the outreach to help people move into the supports they need. By focusing our enforcement work on behaviors like trafficking and gang work, we can prevent the escalation of disorder. At the same time, we will have supports in place to ensure that this focus does not fall on those who are traumatized individuals who are vulnerable and need supports. We need to continue connecting vulnerable Edmontonians with the supports they need and recognizing that winter is coming and that the challenges are not going to get easier. And enforcement in those cases has to be a last resort. Ultimately, we need to continue finding ways to work as closely as possible with our partners, sharing data and expertise, and matching each situation with the right resources at the right time. As we conclude this presentation, I want to return to a point I mentioned at the beginning moving forward, and I am recommending we transition to quarterly transit safety updates. As you know, these presentations require considerable effort and resources, but we also know it's important to communicate to Edmontonians. Transit safety is a priority for Edmontonians and for you as councillors. These updates have been crucial in communicating to Edmontonians what administration is doing and in providing you with necessary information to make decisions. These monthly updates have also been important as we have built on your direction over the past year. At the same time, we need to balance the flow of information with time to make progress, and the time spent on coordinating updates is sometimes time not spent on actually doing the work. As more work moves ahead from planning to implementation, it's crucial that administration has space to move ahead and to make our transit spaces safer for Edmontonians. And we're also going to work on how we can increase our communications in between the updates if we do go to a quarterly system, so that we'll continue to provide what Council Edmontonians need in terms of information and updated and current information. So thank you very much for your time, and we are all happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah. No, thank you so much for that very detailed presentation. I just want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for all the work that you have been doing over the last number of months. And this is a very, very complicated issue, as we have seen through the presentation. And this presentation, various other presentations, many layers of complexity, and requires high level of coordination, and we're seeing that happening now. So thank you so much for everything that everyone has been doing. Deeply appreciate that. With that, we'll go to questions now from council members. This was exempted by Councillor Knack. So I'll go to you first, or you're okay if you might go to Councillor Paquette too? It doesn't matter. Councillor Paquette, go ahead first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. But succinctly, from the public watching this, what am I supposed to be taking from what was just presented?
Councillor Paquette, you can take away the fact that we built a plan, we built out the framework within the plan, we are confident in the plan that we've built, and now we have sufficient supports and services in place where we can address inappropriate behavior in transit spaces effectively.
Okay, so can you throw up the Transit Safety 2019 to present slide, please? And while that's happening, this slide clearly shows an escalation of both nonviolent and violent counts. And so if I'm the public, I want to know what you are doing about this. And as a counselor, I want to know, what do you need from us? Is it more resources? Is it moral support? What is it that you need for us to start to see those numbers decrease? Or is it the fact that the numbers of folks in our streets are increasing with a mental health and addictions crisis the reason for that? Like, basically, this is great. There's a reason we have the reporting. This is exactly it. Because we need to see a trend line, and the public needs to see a trend line of what is happening, what our efforts are, and are they having an impact?
Yeah, maybe, Councillor, it's Andre, I'll start. I think first and foremost, what this also shows is that we've got to bring more resources to the core root problem of mental health and addictions. Secondly, I would say that this demonstrates that we're dealing with the symptom of the mental health and addictions problem that is we see in social disorder throughout the transit system. And I would say that, you know, we're applying every resource we can to that to minimize the impact on riders.
Okay, and I will take that absolutely with full agreement. However, open drug use. A year ago, council said very, very clearly, this is not okay. So what's going on there?
that. Nothing is
It is
changing.
not okay on our transit. It's not okay in our transit stations. And yet we see numbers escalating.
Councillor Paquette, to answer the first part of that, nothing is changing. We've always addressed inappropriate behavior in transit spaces. However,
I'm just going to pause you there. Maybe something should change.
Can you let them answer the question, Constable Paquette, please? Thank you.
I would like, yeah, sure. Without a preamble, it would be great.
Now we have the resources, we have the support, we have dedicated police officers to transit, we have additional transit peace officers. Our COT model is built out. We have the support and we have the ability to do the work. We're not completely there yet with the resources, but we're in a much better place than we were in the past.
Okay. I appreciate that. Now, my frustration is literally simply the frustration of the public that I'm bringing to this meeting. We have a growing number of riders. We've got a decreasing amount of perception of safety. So what are people seeing? What are they feeling? What are they hearing? What is their experience? And we can see that it's going down. What more do you need from council to have that experience become better for our public? And what actions can we take imminently? Because do we consider this a serious issue or not? What actions can we take immediately to start increasing that perception and feeling of safety?
To have a direct impact on the perception of safety, we can use the we need the assistance in the communication aspect. That's where we need help. We always need help with communicating. Council's always supported us in taking this, yes. But like ourselves, we've had to do better with our communication strategies. We need the help to show that.
I have to interrupt. Is it just communication or is it reality?
I would say the data also suggests that a lot of it is reality. You can't argue the numbers.
Yep. Thank you, Constable Paquette. Constable Wright.
Thank you very much. Robbie, is it from Bantero? Yep, I'm over here. Hi. I know, I do the same thing looking around. You had mentioned a lot of people sort of give a response that there's nowhere else to go than the transit system. So what's the response to them from the COT team?
The COT team simply just asked them like what kind of resources they would like us to assist them with going to. Like, we'll only take them to where they're comfortable going to.
Okay, and are those resources readily available to take them to?
Not all the time.
No? Okay, that was my thinking. And then you mentioned that you've got the 7 teams now staffed up. Are they also operating the COT booths?
They are alternating turns at the station, yes.
Okay, and where are those COT booths located? Is it?
It's in Churchill Station right now.
Just the one? Okay, and then, but those booths then alternate around different
No.
stations, or that's sort of the permanent spot?
That's the permanent spot. They're trying to just create some consistency with it.
Okay, okay, that's great, thank you very much. And then I guess sort of what results come from that, maybe might expand that idea as well? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And let me see, Mr. Hunter, I think I'll ask you, when you recorded, I think it was slide number 7, 49 medical incidents. Well, actually, I guess any of the incidents, are those actual incidents or are those reports? Like, could you have 10 people that maybe have a heightened safety concern reporting on the same incident?
Those are incidents.
Those are individual incidents. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And then the drug incidents, so that's illegal drugs, or does that include cannabis, which shouldn't be being used in a transit station anyhow, right?
And I wouldn't be able to provide that without a deeper dive.
Okay, okay. And then slide number 15, I just want to go back to that because I had a question on that one. Oh, okay, no, I'm going to forget that one. The other one that I was wondering about was on slide 22 where you talked about the Valley line. So I guess you're just sort of making plans right now, or sorry, that wasn't 22, I don't know which one it was. You're just making plans right now as far as what's needed on the Valley line? Like, haven't we known that it was supposed to open a couple years ago? Like,
Prior to our recent engagement, there was a lot of work done with our community standards branch and our ETS branch as well with members of the Valley Line. They'd worked through many things. Now we're just taking a refresh look to see how it aligns with our enhanced transit safety plan. So it's another look at it.
okay, so there was a transit safety plan sort of in place back a couple years ago, or?
Yeah, Councillor, I'll take that one. I mean, as you know, before we did this enhanced transit safety plan, we did have sort of base level safety plans, and there was one of those done for the Valley Line a long time ago. What we've wanted to do recently as we get closer to opening is make sure that the new line has also got the matching advanced or an enhanced safety involved in it, and we also wanted the people that are working the system now to be familiar with what those stations and areas look like. So that's what that is.
Okay. My concern, of course, is budget, so, and any
Correct.
additional funds that might be needed, and if it wasn't planned for ahead of time, I'd be a little disappointed. Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and again, thank you for the time that you've put into this here. I guess just first question, because again, there's been reference to the two different charts. On the one, I see the crime severity index, which has been going down, which is a positive, and I want to acknowledge that. And then the other chart, which shows that the total number of incidents from 2019 to present has gone up. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, how should I feel, quite honestly? Like, that it feels like there's some good wins, but there's also a larger count. So maybe I'll put the question to all of you, is how are you feeling based off where we're at today? It sounds like we do have a better plan in place, we're coordinating, but that chart's obviously moving in the 2019 to 2022 one's not in the great direction. So how are we feeling?
I think it's fair to say I always feel like we're taking a step forward and then we get a step back. I think it's a bit of back and forth like that, Councillor. I think I would say on the integration level, we've really increased with the additional help teams that CPS has started to field and our additional COT teams, and now seeing the TPOs come online, get trained. I mean, a lot of these decisions were made by council a year ago, for sure. But as you know, there was a lead up, there was a training, there was a recruitment process. We're now at the point where we're seeing all that come to fruition and be deployed. And again, as Dwayne mentioned, 22 more officers will be fielded between now and December. So, it's been a long road of enhancing those. But I would say we're operating at the highest level we have operated, just not for super long. Yeah. And so I think we need to give it a bit more time to see how that goes. And the other thing, as we've mentioned here, is we need to really be thoughtful about our transition into the winter and making sure that we get those shelter spaces. And just to be clear, we need 1,700 shelter spaces. We're halfway there. Yeah. And we believe we're going to get those spaces added from the province by October, and that'd be a game changer compared to last year when we only had 600 spaces.
Absolutely. Do we know if those will be permanent yet? Have we got clarification on that?
They won't all be permanent,
okay,
but we have been told we'll have 1,700 spaces in the city of Edmonton by October.
That's maybe a separate conversation on the permanent piece later on.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So if I'm looking at the chart, because Q2, again, there were maybe a higher number of violent calls than the Q2 previous, but crime severity, the severity of that is going down. So, I mean, I feel like I'm feeling good about that. I see that result, and I'd love, Mr. Hunter, your thought. Like that feels like a good thing we need to be talking about more of, to give people more confidence that some of the actions that are being taken every day are starting to play out in a positive way. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, Councillor. And it's a great measure for our safety pillar.
Good.
It's something we can measure our work by.
Okay. Mr. Hunter, you'd also talked about, and I just want to make sure I'm getting clarity here. You said because we've got the plan and you have sufficient supports and services so that we can address what we need to. Then just in another response, you had said we aren't completely there with the resources. So what I wanted to confirm about is you're talking about the resources that have not yet been hired but are funded. So the 50 provincial officers, the additional peace officers, that's, once we get that though, that is where we're confident we have sufficient resources. Is that right? I'm seeing nodding heads, but just love to have a verbal answer.
Go ahead, if you'd like.
Inspector Kim, yes.
Thank you. So in addition to the, we have 3 tracks teams right now. We have 3 tracks teams right now that are dedicated to transit.
Yeah.
The staffing plan will take approximately 18 months
Yeah.
to fully hire and train recruits. When they are back in patrol, we'll be able to then transition more experienced officers into the tracks teams.
Excellent, good.
I think an important part to add to that, we'll also have, we'll have a Valley line that's fully functioning.
Yes.
And then we'll have the West line that is, will have quite a bit of a build going on by then. So we'll be dealing with safety and security issues at that time as well. So our resources will be pulled in other places as well.
Okay, good. I have a lot of questions about communication before we start going away from monthly reports, but not enough time. So I'll come back for a second round and just go on that.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much. I wanted to just shift tracks a bit and touch on the downtown component of this report. I really appreciate the full report and everyone who contributed to it. Mr. Gervin, you spoke about the new data tool collecting cell phone information, which I think is very interesting. Do we have will we have historical data on that as well?
That's the intention. We're currently sourcing that. If that becomes available, then it'll become an opportunity to measure our progress and as it relates to traffic versus pre-pandemic. So
great,
actively
great.
working
and
to
great
source
news
that.
again about sort of more festivals this year than pre-pandemic. That's great news for the downtown. I heard mention that there will likely be a request for more funding for the Chinatown Recovery Fund. Just a clarification if that will be coming forward in our SOBA deliberations, or what's the process there?
So the request came in directly to the city manager's office. At this time, it just came in, so we haven't had any discussion or clarification on how we're going to handle that or where that goes. We just received it literally in the last 24 hours.
Okay, great. Well, good to have on the radar, and happy to talk about that a bit further. I just want to turn to Acting Superintendent Kemp, just to speak about some of, I've been really noticing the excellent work that EPS has been doing recently to address, criminal elements that are preying on people who may be living in encampments or otherwise vulnerable. There was a story around the sexual predator that was charged, and also the inner city drug pipeline recently. Just wanted to confirm that that's a focus that you anticipate continuing, and if you've been able to work with the city successfully to ensure that our operations are supporting those efforts.
Yes, thank you. That's a very great question. And to confirm that our teams are partnering with the City of Edmonton Peace Officers, with AHS, and also Edmonton Fire in these spaces in the downtown core, as well as on transit. As we know that these problems are very complex, but what we're doing is working together. We're actually seeing a huge increase in the amount of partnerships and the amount of impact that we're having in these spaces. We're seeing a reduction in the crime severity. When we're talking about the specific transit stats, even though calls for service are increasing, what we're seeing is that with ridership increasing, more people in the spaces, we want them to call and we want them to advise us when things aren't proper or there is inappropriate behavior. So then we can respond, and we can also identify the geographic areas that need more of a robust response compared to some areas that don't.
Well, that's great. Yeah, just want to thank you again for that work. And that's actually a great segue just in terms of, again, great to see that trend line for the transit crime severity. Wondering again on that slide 14, I think that was touched on earlier, I'm still not seeing the stats compared to overall ridership. So again, wondering if that's information that we can continue or can have as we move forward, just to help contextualize those numbers as well.
We can definitely take that away, Councillor, and have a look.
Great. Then just in terms of the focus on drug usage in transit spaces, wondering what the advice is in terms of, what are the specific resources that we need to be advocating for to ensure that there are places to take folks or services to connect them to? Have we mapped that out in terms of what the key gaps are, what we need to be asking for as a community?
Yeah, Councillor, it's Andre. Maybe I'll take that. I think we kind of review that all the time. I would say number one is the shelter spaces, especially before winter, and getting us up to 1,700. Ideally, they would be permanent, but the more that are, the better. And quite frankly, it's a lot of the things we've been advocating all this time. The implementation of the homeless report recommendations that were accepted on October 1st of last year. Some of them have been implemented. I understand that a lot of the shelters are now at 24/7, a lot of the time. So I don't think our advocacy needs to change, I guess is what I'm saying. I think we just need to keep on pushing for some of these things. And I would say recent discussions the mayor and I have had with some of the ministers have borne fruit, including actual RFPs going out for more shelter space and specific shelter spaces. So I don't think we have to change our advocacy, but we're not there yet. We need to keep pushing for more shelter space, more supports, and that eventually goes into permanent, and then bridge housing, which is also part of our solutions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I actually have probably 2 rounds of questions. I guess one of my first questions, I know we've talked a lot about enforcement, and council received a memo in November of 2022 regarding Bill C5. And so I'm just wondering, that's the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and some of the principles that were changed around that. So here I'm hearing today enforcement, but there's this federal bill. So I'm just trying to get that intersection of those two, or how did that bill change our approach in 2022?
In transit spaces, I don't believe that did change our approach. We do have a bylaw that outlines and highlights what the inappropriate behaviors are. We still have the ability to use those statutes to address that behavior. So did it impact it? I don't know, but I don't hear things that say it did. Okay,
because there's a perception that council has directed EPS or peace officers to not enforce, but this bill, for example, does say, substance abuse should be addressed primarily as a health and social issue. Intervention should focus on evidence-based practices and aim to protect health dignity, not criminalize, blah, 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 blah. Like that's the federal criminal code and where it's going. So I'm just trying to understand if there's been federal direction, because a lot of people are putting it on council or us as that we're directing this, but if there's also federal things that have changed our approach, I think that's important for the public to know. And if this hasn't changed our approach, that's also interesting as well. So just trying to understand that.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's C5 that has changed the approach, but it does speak to all the things like COT teams and help teams and the focus on outreach first. But I would say that council gave the same direction on that, similar time as the bill came out. And just for the record, absolutely from an enforcement perspective, council has not given any direction to not enforce on these areas, and we have, but I think our ability to do that, but again, as a last resort, can happen now.
In fact, we reinstated the loitering clause, even though it wasn't unanimous. I did not support it, but that was reinstated to
and that
avoid
really,
confusion.
and I think, as you would have mentioned at the time, that didn't really change what we could do, but it certainly provided clarity to the public and to our officers.
Okay. I'm just wondering with the chart on the naloxone deployment, and it said that it can only cover, I'm guessing if we have such a good collaborative relationship with EPS, how come we don't have the EPS deployment numbers in this presentation as well? And could EPS share those numbers now?
The exact numbers I do not have in front of me right now, but I do know from a HSOC perspective, from the downtown core, our HSOC members have administered Narcan over 280 times since January.
Okay. Yeah, I think, again, to me, if we're talking about such great collaboration and communication, I know you said that there's this data sharing. That's, to me, very simple data that we should be able to have going back and forth as a point. And then fire services, are they included in that as well?
No, they aren't. They are part of the Unison data that'll tell us where they're occurring. We just need, and the number of events in those spaces. Drilling down and figuring out the specifics in between, we just have to do some more work. Should be able to pull that apart.
Okay, and then I was curious about the methodology for the slide on the correlation. There was that slide that said, you know, the drug use correlates with a high level and to a low level on trespassing and so forth and so on. And I wanted to just get a bit of the background in how that, the methodology of creating that correlation.
One of our data analysts, what they did was they correlated every time that a drug-related offense occurred in transit spaces at a particular time, and then measured it to the other offenses that we have listed here. So if it occurred in a similar time, similar location, they drew the correlation and provided a number for that. We took that number and put it into bandwidth.
Okay. And then I am going to govern myself. I probably will have another round,
Okay.
but I'll stop here.
All right, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is to Mr. Hunter. You had mentioned Northeast Division will be focusing on Belvedere, Coliseum, and Clairview. And I was just wondering if there's any consideration about Northgate. It is a major north side transit hub, and I've heard a lot of concerns of disorder and safety concerns.
I know for sure that facility, they have quite a collaborative going already on their own, working on their safety and security measures. Outside of transit, EPS are at that table as well as many, many other stakeholders, and they're working on their communication and a path forward as we speak. Go ahead if you can add to it.
Perfect. So for our tracks teams, like I said, we have 3 dedicated to transit. They are at Northgate on a regular basis, speaking with stakeholders and then providing the proactive policing measures on a regular basis, almost daily.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you for that. Mr. Corbould, my next question is for you. You had mentioned about the quarterly updates. You don't need direction from council for that, do you? Or do you?
I would need a change of direction because right now we're providing monthly updates as a result of a motion.
Okay.
So that's why I wanted to introduce that, because it would require a change of direction to get there.
Okay.
I have something drafted and can share it with you if that's helpful.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. Thank you. And then my last question is, Robbie, sorry I didn't get your last name. My next question is for you. I'm trying to remember, I can't recall what the difference between outreach interaction is and outreach engagement.
So interactions are like one-time, one-offs, and engagements are something that they kind of have an established next meeting with and an ongoing basis.
Okay, great. Now that makes more sense to me because you were saying, you know, that engagement level is a little bit lower right now because it takes a little bit of time to form that relationship, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you for the presentation. So my first question will go to city administration. So we talk about this integrated approach, this strategy we implemented. So I just want to understand, and from it, I recall we started last year, the Q1, right? And for this integrated strategy, and then to address it, transit safety plan.
Yes, Councillor, I believe that was Q1.
So I found it very interesting, and I also the positive analysis, and based on the results here provided, and since from 2019 to present, I just want to confirm my understanding is correct. based on the implementation of this integrated approach to address public transit safety, and if you look at the lung violence, actually the lung violence and reduced lots in the last year. And then at the same time, and our violence-related count and reduced significant. However, they go back and start and from the end of last year. And of course, and in the Q1 and 2023, and our violence count and achieve the peak, the highest. So this is just a reminder to me, the question here is, for this strategy implementation, what is working? What is not working? And even though right now we're doing monthly updates, but I really need to figure out what is working, what is not working. So I will have a follow-up question.
Yeah, a couple of things that are working really well, I think, is the integration, the presence in the transit system has continually increased over the last year as we fielded more resources of all types. And I would say that the outreach of COT teams and help teams out of transit is working well. I would say what's not working well is what we hear from people. There's no other place for them to go. And so it gets back to this concept of as we're engaging with people and trying to get them supports that they need, it's sometimes difficult and really challenging to get them in either into a shelter or into a bridge housing or into a program that they require, or sometimes even getting them to a harm reduction site where they can, they can be saved. So that connection to the social supports, I would say, is still challenged. And of course, without that, we can only do so much as we engage. And I'll just see if the team wants to add other positives or negatives.
I agree with you. What's working is doing the work together. What I've learned about transit is it takes everyone. It takes all the different approaches, all the different lenses, but we'll only see incremental improvements, and it's going to take time. That's where we're seeing our success. What's not working is getting people to the services that they need. COT is doing a great job, but at the same time, there's people that do not want to take the services that we have available.
So I'm going to challenge the answer here provided. The reason for me to challenge is based on the data provided here. So if it's working really well, and then just we talk about what's working, and because I have a follow-up question, but if you look at the perception of safety from our public, and compare to the last year, and is keeping decline. And if we have something, and for this strategy, for this integrated approach implemented, and we should say that. We should say that one, that number increase is not decrease. That means our public should feel more safe and for the work we have been done here. And however, the reality is the opposite. So that's related to my next question. But what specific actions we are doing, and instead of monthly, yes, provide the measures, and what specific action we are doing here, and really can support that number increase, and then our public feel more safe to take transit. I know I don't have enough time to ask the leadership-related question yet, because even until right now, before I come to meeting, I still received the emails from Edmontonians say how difficult for them to feel safe to take public transit.
Okay. Maybe I can add to that, Dwayne.
If you quickly
So my
answer
time
this.
is out.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I'm going to actually stop here. Our constable will come back for the second round. I can give that answer at that time. I'll stop here. I'll go to Constable Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And I understand how difficult it is to pull all this material together. That takes some time, so I appreciate that. I don't quite know what to make with this. I'm going to get a series of almost random questions. On the Crime Severity Index, I understood you to say during your presentation, Mr. Hunter, that that's based on convictions?
Yes, it is.
It's based on, so it's based on the number of convictions. Councillor Rutherford referenced effectively instruction from the federal government to back off on the charges, which would seem to back off on the convictions. So is that, how reliable is that crime severity index when it's based purely on convictions?
We are wanting to measure the severity, so it is based on, if we go back to that slide to the crime severity index, and you'll have to bear with me, my computer shut down right at the same time we started today. The crime severity is based off, is a measure from Statistics Canada that measures the severity of crime based on the level of seriousness. And seriousness is based on sentencing length and applied as a weight to crime.
Okay, so I'm just going to, so God almighty.
It's not easy.
Sentencing length, sorry for that frustration, sentencing length. If there's not a sentence, there's not a charge, if there's not a conviction, there's nothing to measure.
You're right with that. However, that's more focused on simple possession of controlled substances. Our focus is when we indicate inappropriate behavior, we indicate drug trafficking and more violent offenses. That's why we're looking to this particular type of measure as it focuses on harm. That direction, according to C5, is more around simple possession, that the federal government doesn't want police laying charges where someone's found in possession of a controlled substance, small amount for personal use. We want to look to other things.
So then what do we do? So I don't want to overgeneralize, but the concerns that are presented to me, the concerns I carry myself, are when I see a number of people congregating, clearly, openly consuming drugs that I don't understand, with either acting out in an alarming and threatening way, or about to, is my perception based on my experience. So we see people loitering, consuming. What do we do? I understand that you approach those people and say, hey, we'd like to inform you about some things. Hey, can we take you to a place? And if those people say, no, I'm good, I don't want to go to a place, I want to stay here and loiter and consume, then what?
Go ahead, and I can add to it.
So when we talk about lawful placement, there's several criminal code authorities, bylaw authorities.
Can you speak up to the mic, please, if you don't mind? Yeah, thank you, yeah.
There are several lawful placements that give the authorities to our transit peace officers as well as our police officers in those events that you describe. So if our tracks team does come across a situation like that, that interaction is dealt with. The goal for transit safety is to create spaces used for transportation. These are transportation corridors. That's the space that we want to use them for. That behavior, inappropriate, unacceptable. They will be advised that they cannot be in that space for those purposes. If they have proof of payment and they're going for transportation purposes, if they are making sure that their behavior is appropriate, they will be allowed to continue on their way. The majority of these individuals are not using the spaces for transit. In those instances, because of the lawful placement used by either the criminal code or bylaw offenses, our officers will engage with them. We'll find out who they are, why they're there. If by chance they have criminal warrants, those will be addressed. If they need transportation or want services, that also be engaged. That is why that partnership piece is so important.
Why do I keep seeing these groups so frequently?
I think the answer to that question, Councillor, is because we don't have enough resources to put TPOs and police officers in every space 24 hours a day. And if we had that resource, then I don't think you would see that at all, because when you don't see a lot of that kind of activity when there's a police officer and a TPO on the platform. But we don't have anywhere close to the resources to do that 24/7. And so that happens when they're not there, and then it's about vectoring and calling them to those incidents when they're seen on camera and stuff like that. So I think it does come down to resources.
Thank you. Councillor Jens?
So on that, just playing through that, if we were to have 2 TPOs or 2 sheriffs or 2 constables at every transit station, rough math, that's about 50, right?
I don't know.
Just for the LRT, that'd be about 50. So, and I know Premier Smith has promised we're getting 50 new officers. You see where I'm going with this. Is it in all of the priorities of the EPS with those 50 new officers, will they be prioritized to transit? If not, where would they go? Like, can we tell Edmontonians help is on the way? The Premier's promised 50 new officers, and we'll have them at the trains ASAP.
So as we stated earlier, to get 50 trained police officers will take approximately 18 months.
Sure.
So,
in 18 months, can we have them on the platform?
And they are specifically designed for transit. Looking at crime management methodology, having 2 members sitting there 24/7 specifically might not be the best use of their time. What we do is ensure that we go to the most severe stations that require the work and do our problem-solving projects or our SOPs that we have joint with the city to the areas that need us most, because there's some stations that do not have very high crime severity and don't have very many issues. Well, we want to make sure that we get the most important and the most severe areas looked after first, and then problem solve the problems that we see.
So is it insufficient resources, or you're prioritizing them to other stations? Like, I just want to make sure I'm like, when I hear, why isn't there a constable at Health Sciences? If I say that's because Southgate is more of a priority, is that a correct answer?
It's a little more complex than that. It's another station's a priority at a certain time of day and during conditions. So, you know, you don't see a lot of open drug use on like sort of rush hour at 7 a.m. when you're at Clairview, because there's a lot of presence there. We're going through the stations beforehand. So it's just more complex than that, Councillor, because it's about time and space, not just the space.
Yeah. Maybe building off the sort of the help is on the way with the Premier, et cetera. We have this task force from the province, the Edmonton, the Public Safety and Community Response Task Force, and that's the province. They have taken on they are upholding their responsibility to address the issues of addiction, homelessness, public safety, and supporting the province's recovery-oriented system of addiction and mental health. When are we going to hear from this task force? I guess.
I believe the next meeting is in October, and we'll be bringing back to council before then recommendations on what council would like the task force to focus on.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, so we'll be doing that before the next meeting. But I can say at the next meeting, for example, we're going to give, one of the things we've been asked to do is give this almost exact same presentation at the task force meeting. I would say at the last meeting, which was the first meeting after the election, we did get to provide a lot of our input on the shelter spaces and what we were doing in terms of safety throughout the downtown. And I think it was, a positive interaction, but we've got more work to do for sure. Yeah.
So if I get asked, so what's going to be different this October compared to last October? I could say October 1, the province, Premier Smith has promised to have 1,700 beds open and active in Edmonton, which will really cut down on the folks sheltering in transit because they'll have somewhere better to go. We're going to see an additional by then, or by January, 21 new TPOs. We've already got other enhancements. We've got the additional officers from EPS, and we also have the additional bent arrow teams. What else? Just I'm thinking that, just the highlights of today's meeting. What else to take out?
I think the only other nuance I would provide, Councillor, is that we've been assured that all those new shelter spaces will not be added to the downtown. They will be in keeping with our desire to decentralize some of those operations. They will be decentralized, and we've heard a commitment verbally for that as well.
And still at 2.5 million trips a week, your odds are incredibly safe on transit, probably safer than the hockey rink.
We haven't done that comparison,
Yeah,
but
but we're talking lottery odds
in terms
here.
of number of rides, yes.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, thank you. This is great.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
And so just, sorry, apologies, actually Councillor Salvador next. We're going to clear the screen. It's just,
Oh, we got a different list? Okay, Councillor Salvador, you're next then.
Oh, sure. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the work that's gone into this. Maybe just looping back to some of the questions on ridership recovery. I think we, had requested the inclusion of some statistics around the overall, around overall ridership. I'm just wondering if someone is on from ETS who can speak to that, just to provide a little bit of additional context.
Sure thing, Councillor. So comparing July 2023 to last year, we have 3.79 million rides this year in July, which is up 23% from last year, and it's off by about 9% from pre-pandemic levels system-wide, so that's encouraging. In the fall, with the additional service hours being added in the off-peak, we're really excited because I think it's going to generate more ridership again. So when we compare September, October, November, we'll have some good comparators and be able to comment on that as well.
Okay, excellent. That's really helpful context, and look forward to eventually seeing those numbers. Okay, and maybe just zooming out a little bit. You know, there's recognition in this conversation and in this work that really we are dealing with symptoms, and ultimately we do need to be able to address root causes, mental health, addiction, houselessness. I guess how can we manage expectations here around what Edmontonians can expect to see in our transit system in the absence of fully addressing those root causes? And maybe asked another way, how far can symptom management take us? You know, if we ultimately want to get here, what is realistic? Like, what is our target? How will we know when we are there and we have done everything we can within the symptom management sphere?
The measure I would turn to is the perception of safety measure, and that would be that we have no Edmontonians that choose not to use transit because of safety perception.
And how far do we think symptom management can take us in that goal?
I believe transit safety, as we all know, is incredibly important to Edmontonians. And addressing the behaviors that they find most unsafe, 87% found drug use / drug trafficking, drug-related offenses to be the problematic behaviors that scare them in these spaces. I believe that we can, even though we are only addressing the symptoms, have an impact on their perception of safety.
Right, and I absolutely agree with that piece. Maybe going back to Councillor Cartmell's observations around seeing open drug use in our system, when our teams are present, dealt with, but when they're not there, you know, that open drug use is there. So I'm just trying to grapple with and understand, is it a resourcing question? To Mr. Corbold's point, you know, if they were there 24/7, symptom management would be complete. Like, do you see what I'm trying to get at here?
Councillor, I think, I mean, maybe at the next update we could provide like a coverage. I think one thing we have not provided is sort of like, you know, our percentage of coverage at different stations and things like that, which would perhaps point to that. But it's a complex piece. I mean, I think symptom management will only get us so far. Until we have the 3,000 people on the named by names list appropriately housed with all the right wraparound supports, I think we're going to continue to have challenges. And I was recently at a meeting with all the big city managers. We all have exactly the same issue. We've all tried exactly the same things, and we continue to have the exact same challenges in this time. So what I would say is more focus on core root problems is required. And I think the other piece to this is that I believe that addressing the symptoms is more expensive than addressing the core root problems.
To also have an impact on that, we're discussing responding to the situations. I was going to add to Councillor Cartmell's discussion around the group of people that are forming. Where our groups, what we're working on now is how can we be preventative? How can we utilize 4,000 cameras? How can we utilize security guards and other people from the public in these spaces so we can intervene prior to anything escalating and working through those situations. And we found that we could probably have better results doing things like that are harder to measure. But rather than just sitting a TPO or a police officer at particular places, is interjecting earlier and providing good communication.
Right. And
So-
just on, go ahead.
Sorry, so the group doesn't become big and start using. We've seen the behaviors, we've seen the forms, we work through them continually. We can see when, at about 3 or 4 people, we should probably send somebody by, have a conversation, and get the ball rolling. That is better than waiting till it becomes 10 or 15 people.
Okay. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Clerk, I know we want to change this from monthly to quarterly, right?
That is the recommendation from
And
administration, but
should we accept this for information, then have that motion come from Council Salvador, or just have that motion put on the floor now?
Yeah,
That was
so,
Council Salvador as well.
what I had drafted here is actually, you don't need to receive this for information, but just that the motion would be that administration cease providing monthly verbal updates to council and move to providing quarterly updates on the progress of the transit safety plan and downtown core until such time as council provides new
So
direction.
that needs to be moved, right? Or-
It can be moved at any time. I mean, we're
Okay,
happy to
Council,
take questions.
Principal, you want to move that?
Yes, I'll move that.
Good, okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor,
Second.
Councillor Tang, seconded, Councillor Hamilton, you go ahead now, because I wasn't clear whether we need information.
All good, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I had some follow-up questions with respect to some of the questions that were asked. First of all, I believe I was in the back, but I heard Councillor Cartmel ask about the definition of crime severity. And so, like, I know I'm putting you on the spot, but would you agree with the definition that crime severity is measured by the length of sentencing? Or is there other factors that are factoring into how you're defining crime severity here?
If I can jump in, Dwayne, if you like.
Yeah.
Deputy
Thanks.
Chief Durko here. So crime severity will be based on the types of crimes that were committed.
Yeah.
In other words, if it's a homicide, obviously it'll be way higher.
Yeah.
Aggravated assaults, and then as it goes down, the crime severity would go down as well.
Yeah.
So,
But
yeah,
it's
so it's measured on the type of crime that was committed, and they don't all equal out.
Yeah, and to nerd out a little, it's usually defined by Statistics Canada, so that different services across the country. Okay, all right, and that is the sort of metric that you're using, Mr. Hunter?
And then just because the call comes in, let's say as an aggravated assault, but we go there, we investigate it, and maybe it's nothing, that doesn't hit the crime severity. This is after the fact, they recalibrate it. It's on the convictions and the type of crime that was committed.
But it is based on convictions.
It's based on convictions. It's not based on the way the call came in.
Yeah, it's based on convictions,
exactly.
which is part of my concern, because I think that there's the bail reform issue, which is that the convictions aren't happening, correct?
Well, I don't think it's that the convictions aren't happening. I think what's happening is a lot of people are getting bail and released, right?
Yeah.
They're not getting incarcerated until they go to court. They're getting bail and conditions and back out on the street a lot sooner.
Okay, all right, so it's charges versus convictions, or just?
Yeah, just because you're charged doesn't mean you're going to be incarcerated and wait trial.
Yeah.
The bail reform is they're getting out a lot easier.
Yeah, okay, all right, that's helpful clarification. And one of the points in the presentation, back to, I think, the chart that Councillor Paquette had pulled up, about year over year, I'm just pulling that up. I've lost it now. If we can all just find that slide together. There we go. The transit safety 2019 to present. It does show sort of a trend line, but there is the measure of violent versus nonviolent counts, and I'm wondering sort of what parameters of definition you're using for that.
The violent calls for service from EPS refer to weapons offenses and assaults and those types of things.
Okay.
And then nonviolent will be property-related crimes, fraud,
Okay, so you're using standardized metrics between the two organizations?
Absolutely, and
Okay.
where EPS is taking the lead with respect to the nonviolent and violent criminal incidents.
Okay, that's really helpful. Inspector Kemp, you had brought up the lawful placement sort of issue with respect to Councillor Cartmell's questions. And one of my, I have two sort of streams of questions along this. One, the bylaw, there was a bylaw sort of reintroduced past last year. Is the lawful placement, there's been sort of an ongoing argument around here that even though lawful placement exists, that it's not necessarily being used to enforce. And I was wondering if you had some reflection on whether or not the, lawful placement is being used to enforce, I would say, against behaviors that are not conducive to a welcoming and healthy public space.
So when we talk about lawful placement, we're not specifically saying it's full enforcement. We're not enforcing every lawful placement that we have. What we want to make sure is that when we are changing behavior and having appropriate behavior expectations, if someone's using in transit, there's no need to always enforce on that behavior. But what we do is we can educate, either deal with that specific behavior at that time. And when we talk partnerships, there's a gamut of things that police or peace officers or outreach that we can do to modify that behavior. And part of it is changing the behavior that we see and the behavior that some people are using in transit. We have to remember over the last 3 years, there has been an allowance for some of those behaviors in these spaces for a variety of reasons. And to no one's fault, from the pandemic till now, we've seen an increase in some violent behaviors. What we want to make sure now is that we are not enforcing on vulnerable people, we are enforcing on behavior. We want to ensure that those individuals are protected, but also have the appropriate behaviors that we want to see in these transit spaces.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I think that is everyone for round one. So, Councillor Tang, you haven't had a chance yet, right? Okay, go ahead. Go.
Great, thank you very much to the delegation. I'm continuing to be impressed, in fact, by how, I guess, comprehensive these updates are. Mr. Corbell, can you remind me when did administration start to provide these monthly? I know it's been a while. I lost count.
I think it was the spring of this year, so I think this is 4,
Okay,
I believe.
yeah.
Could be 5th, yeah.
Yeah, and I know sometimes that these impacts may not, be realized immediately, but I think these updates demonstrates that there's certainly lots of activities happening and progress nonetheless. Carrie, if I can follow up on that question about the, 3.79 million rides in the month of July. You made a statement in the past about the vast majority of these rides do go incident-free. Do you have a sense of like that number, or like what percentage are in fact, violent or sorry, in comparison, are kind of, incidents?
I don't have the exact figure in front of me, but happy to follow up and provide that to council. The vast majority are free from any incidents, but we'll get you that number.
Yeah, and certainly not to minimize anything that does happen, but I think that's an important piece of context, as Councillor Salvador had pointed to. And I had a follow-up question to that further funding about the Chinatown Recovery Grant. Is the intent there to further support community initiatives like Chinatown After Dark or the Summer Festival to bring more people in, or is it going to be a continued focus on safety and security measures?
So without spilling the content of the letter, because it was addressed to City Manager, the general intent from the committee is to focus on non-security related stuff going forward. So they would like to see more funding available for some things that didn't get funded the first round because they were so focused on security.
That's great to hear. Thank you. And I was wondering, just on the, on the COP piece, Robbie, last time you shared some of the just, direct experiences that your teams are having with, vulnerable Edmontonians. I'm curious what COT and TPOs, are there trends that you're seeing, or are the teams seeing new faces on the street? Are they seeing new faces in transit, are the faces getting younger, for example? Because I'm really very worried about that, obviously.
There is a certain level of young population that they do run into, but they are seeing more new faces. I'm not sure that they're tied to any specific age.
I might just add, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to add, Councillor, that based on my discussions with other big city managers across the country last week, I think one of the trends we have to watch out for, I don't think we've seen it yet, but we have to watch out for, is an increased number of newcomers. My understanding is out east in Toronto and on Ottawa and Halifax, they are seeing a lot more newcomers, new Canadians that are in encampments and houseless. So that's something we have to be watching for, I would say, at this point. But it was a vast difference between Edmonton and Vancouver compared to the eastern cities in that regard. Edmonton and Vancouver have not seen a great amount of that.
And those are, again, a symptom of chronic under-resourcing of our social safety net. I was curious, I heard TRAC, I heard HSOC come up. What about TCAT? I had the pleasure of, visiting with some of the, frontline officers and just understanding that this is also very proactive teams doing proactive patrolling. Any kind of any insights on integration there?
Yeah, I think, thanks for the question there. I think, we, in this report, we generally refer to all of our transit peace officers together. COD has a little bit of a different mandate, but obviously our TPOs are in there as well. The TCAT team is really the primary contact with the EPS teams that are coming on.
I see, okay.
While some of the other TPOs remain, steadily on those calls for service and the patrol responsibilities. TCAT's doing that more gritty, sort of proactive work with the EPS in our high acuity spaces.
Okay, great. I don't think I can sneak any more questions in, so I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. I think one thing that I see missing, Andre, is all the work that EPS is doing, cities doing, our directors are doing, is here. But I think what is missing, understanding of the safety net, right? Around shelters, around housing, detox facilities, or other support systems that are required. I think will be helpful for us to have that holistic picture for the next presentation. Okay, what are the missing pieces that are required that are not probably under our jurisdiction, but they're other partners' jurisdiction? And then we have a clear understanding to Edmontonians, okay, this is what city is doing, what is in control, what is here not in control, but others need to do that. I think that is not, I don't see that in the presentation.
Yeah, understood, Mayor. We can certainly add that, and we know what they are, the missing pieces, so we've talked about them a lot, but we can add a section to the update that talks about ideally progress on the missing pieces.
Yeah, of course, we need bail reforms, for example, that will add to safety. We need more 1,700 shelters. Are we getting to 1,300, 1,400, right? Where are we? We have detox facilities for people to take to if they're taken off the train for using open drug, right? And I think that will be helpful.
Yeah, we'll add that.
Yeah, and I think another clarity I need is that how do we make a distinction? Maybe this is to the police. Those who are vulnerable and those who are preying upon them. Like, how do we make that distinction in the enforcement of, when we tackle with gang members, drug dealers? We have a huge issue around toxic supply of drugs being dumped into our communities. So how do we make sure that we're getting tough on them, right? They should not be in our transit system selling drugs, right? But at the same time, continue to show compassion towards those because they're there because they have no other place to go. How do you make that distinction in enforcement? Are we making that distinction? And just want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so our teams are in those spaces making those distinctions every day. Mm-hmm. When we're working with the vulnerable community, we also see those who prey upon the vulnerable community. There's a difference between those who use and there's a difference between those who sell to our vulnerable community. The gains that we've had within these transit spaces, we are focusing on those type of individuals. If you're asking how we identify those, and that goes into our intelligence and our crime management system, where we are identifying individuals, we're knowing who their associates are, and then we're working with our teams, we're working with our TPOs, and we're able to identify those that cause the most severe problems and then focus on those first.
Yeah.
At the same time, our teams are also working with COT, our help teams, and getting these truly vulnerable individuals to the resources that they need.
Yeah.
We do know that sometimes some individuals don't want resources, but we also know that just because you don't want the resources doesn't mean you can continue the behavior
Yes.
in these spaces.
Yeah. And those who may not want the resources, there are underlying reasons of distrust with the system and all that. So that's where COTS interactions come in. So is it so? If I'm understanding clearly, can I comfortably say that we have zero tolerance toward who are preying upon our vulnerable populations, selling drugs? We're at downtown LRT stations, and we have zero tolerance for gangs who are preying upon people living in encampments. Would that reflect the action that together we are taking with the EPS and city bylaws?
Obviously, it's complex because we have individuals that can be offenders 1 second and victims the next. But
Right.
when we talk about the traffickers, we talk about those who are truly preying upon the vulnerable. They will be addressed, and they are held accountable for those behaviors.
Okay, well that's good to know, because I think there's a perception out there that we also soft on those who are, really exploiting the vulnerability of. And also, I think maybe in my dying seconds, sometimes we conflate that houseless people cause crime. Majority of houseless people probably don't cause crime, and they're being exploited. Is that in your experience? Is that, or there's a conflation there too?
There's a conflation there between victim-offender overlap. Sometimes they're a victim, sometimes they're offender. But the ones that need protecting, the truly vulnerable, are protected, and the ones that need to be held accountable are addressed in those manners.
Okay. No, thank you. Okay. I will move the second round.
Second?
Second. Moved by Councillor Sohi, and I believe I seconded it. I heard another voice, but I don't know who it was, so please vote.
We have all the
Did I
votes.
say Councillor Sohi?
That's fine. No worries.
You are technically a councillor. You are also the mayor.
Yes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. I return the chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Paquette.
Deputy Mayor. Still applies.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Paquette. Okay. Okay, we are back to the list. Here we go. Councillor Knack, you're next. No, sorry, Councillor Paquette, you're next. Yeah.
And darn it, I think you got me in a good mood, so don't worry. My jets are cooled here. So, there's two things I want to get at to here. I'm just wondering I'll just throw in. So, what are all the groups involved in this? ETS, our TPOs, administration, our COT teams, outreach organizations, downtown organizations, Chinatown, all of these folks, right? All of these groups. So, Mr. Corbold, I heard you say very clearly that we've got an issue with a growing mental health and addictions problem, and along with housing. So the question is, are all the groups at the table here, after reviewing all the evidence, looking at the massive amounts of treasure and time the city is throwing at this issue, have people come to the same conclusion as you, Mr. Corbold? That we need active and effective provincial action.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I haven't heard anybody suggest that we don't need to work on the core root problem. I think we've had different perspectives on how to solve the core root issue of mental health and addictions.
Sure.
But I haven't heard one entity say that that is not the core root problem, and I think there's massive agreement on that being a core root issue that's causing the symptoms, and I think there's massive agreement that the social disorder we see, the houselessness we see, and some of the impacts, even criminal, are in many ways as a result of that core root problem.
Okay, so in the interest of actually making an impact on this, so far it's been the mayor who's spoken about it, some councillors have spoken about it, and get accused of passing the buck on this issue. Will all of these groups, with an eye toward increasing safety and actually providing results, be willing to speak in a united voice with Edmontonians and ostensibly other municipalities around Alberta to say this is what it's needed, this is probably the dollar amount that is needed, and then put it back into the provincial court?
Yeah, I don't think I can answer and speak on behalf of all those organizations. I think...
Is that something that we should probably have an idea on? Because otherwise, how is the province going to differentiate between a squawking council and an actual need?
Well, I think we do have an idea of it. I think we've had a lot of support from a lot of those agencies advocating and supporting some of the council's advocacy on that. I do know...
Is it effective?
Pardon me?
Is it effective, though? I mean, yeah, we're doing all the stuff, but are we speaking in an effective voice? And that gets right down to it, because I'm having trouble sitting here thinking, like, how am I going to explain to my residents that they can expect 18 more months of degrading confidence before they see improvement?
I think the effectiveness of that advocacy is something that could be worked on for sure, and is not ideal and not completely unified. I would also say that people are sick and tired of, Edmontonians are sick and tired of people pointing to other people.
Yeah.
And always.
Can we just get all on one page as an entire, city concern and even provincial concern to lay this at the feet of the province, say, listen, we just need your help. We're not asking for something. We're not trying to trap you. We just want results. We want this to be fixed.
Yeah, I think that's certainly the voices we hear, and I think we're trying to amplify that. But the reality is, different governments in this country are not on the same page.
Well, as far as their approach, sure. But as far as identifying the problem, that should be something that has nothing to do with opinion. It's simply facts. So I guess my next question, and I'm running out of time already, is what do we say to our residents if we're looking at, okay, we take this seriously, but now we're moving to quarterly reports. Isn't the compiling of the reports simply already an essential part of compiling the information for the job, and it's simply a matter of presenting to council the numbers going forward as we grow our dashboard?
No, it's not as simple as that.
Why? Why not?
Because writing reports and writing PowerPoint presentations and...
But these are verbal reports.
Councillor, if you let me finish answering.
I'm sorry. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, quickly, Andre.
Yes, these are verbal reports, but writing a 35-page PowerPoint presentation and making sure that the 12 agencies involved are all on the same page and collecting and comparing data takes hours and hours to compare data. If you want us to provide monthly updates, we will, but it is a ton of work.
Yes, thank you.
Well, you asked about
sorry, Andre. Sorry, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. And so that was actually going to be just my question to you, Mr. Corbould, is that, because you're right, I think the first update was May 1st, so we've had 4 updates. I'm a little uneasy. We've only just reached the point where I think in the last couple of updates where we've seen all of this coordination to come together, we're seeing great information being shared, and I'm a little worried about stopping that so quickly. So appreciating that there is a lot of work that goes into that. I guess part of what I would be interested in, because you touched on, if we were going to do that, you'd want to see enhanced communication. Can we get for me, I'll just speak for myself, I would want to see at least one more update where I saw a detailed communications plan from what the City of Edmonton is going to do, and then I know the Commission has just maybe walked out, but frankly, I need to see it from EPS, because the members are doing incredible work. They're having great results. I have not seen that communication at all from their side at all, and so I'm not sure how that's going to be addressed if we suddenly stop doing these updates. So I was wondering, if maybe I'm going to be the only one to vote against this recommendation, but if we said to continue monthly, how could we get that type of detail in another update before going to quarterly?
Well, it's the will of council. If you want, we'll do, I'm just telling you.
Oh, yeah.
This is just a reality that preparing for these is an extensive amount of work. It's taking hours and hours away from actually working the problem.
Yeah.
And we can keep on doing it, and perhaps some of the other folks would like to explain what the work is, but I do think that we can mitigate the communications issue by communicating more regularly to the public and maybe by memos or others, but yeah.
And again, with full acknowledgement, I think the city's communication has been really elevated over the last number of months. I guess I don't know who to ask from EPS, if there's someone from the communications team specifically, but I am feeling like that's still really not at, if I'm being blunt, it's just, I don't find it to be at the same level as what the city's doing, and I'm not sure I understand why. Maybe because I know I've asked about this each time, and I haven't really seen a change, and maybe it's just there doesn't feel like there's value in it, and if that's the case, I'd rather know than me continuously asking about it, but I'm not actually seeing a change. So Mr. Hunter, I know you're trying to serve as the liaison between everyone, and any thoughts on that, or?
It's a loaded question.
I know.
Councillor Knack.
Yeah, it's
the best job that I can do to answer your question is we are building a communication strategy together.
Yeah.
It's actively happening, just like the data committee that we're building. We chose to only do a particular number of measures because we knew we could do that confidently. We couldn't get to all of them in time. We looked, okay, here's our workload, let's do these. Same with our communication strategy. We can get this much, let's move on, let's report so we can get the ball rolling. That's why, are we building it out? 100% we're building it out.
Absolutely. So I guess, and maybe the superintendent, I'm trying to get a sense of, City of Edmonton's just released something at 1:30 today that talks about the change in crime severity, talking about some of the stats that have changed, some of the work that's happened. Going through even EPS's social media, I see a few references to some of the teams, but I don't see the same type of detail. And so I'm wondering if you have any insight, and then I can maybe go to the commission as well, or anyone. I'm just looking for a little more on that front.
So specifically for city council information, there's the processes in place where the request has to go through the police commission, and then the agreement's made on the type of information that is then given back to council. And I'm not sure, Acting Chief Durko, if you have any.
Yeah, and maybe to supplement that, I think what I'm looking for is not information to me, but how is EPS taking the good results of the members that have been working hard on this new change? How are we communicating their work to the public right now? Because that's what I feel is missing from the EPS side that I really haven't seen. And I've started to see it from the City of Edmonton, but I'm needing some help on your end there.
Yeah, and you know what, we can do that. We got to remember that being dedicated just to transit has only been going on for like...
Exactly.
Yeah, so we're just getting started, and I think to the point of reporting, I think if we're going to see any difference, I mean, month to month, you might not see big differences, but quarterly reporting and more detailed reporting on what you're asking, Councillor Knack, I think could be given, because we'll have just that much more time to compile that data and present it to council.
Yeah, and for me, it's even beyond just the council reports. It's something as simple as, are we using the EPS Facebook page, which has 100,000+ people on it? How are we... I'm out of time.
Yeah, and you know what, I think I understand where you're going with that, and that's something that we can work on and be better at.
Good. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just a couple more questions. This one's to Ms. Houghton McDonald. Just, there was a motion that, I want to just make sure that these are working in tandem. The motion that that was put forward around those 3 interventions, because we did talk a lot about what is within the scope of city's control and what some of those externalities beyond that. And then I hear today that they're doing a survey on how cleanliness increases or decreases perceptions of safety. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how ETS and this work are coordinating, and if that body of work and this work are overlapping.
So they're complementary pieces of work. Overall, within ETS, we have a core kind of program around research with our riders. There's 4 different sets of activities, and then the targeted kind of insights that they're gathering through this integration work is just another layer into that. So we'll make sure to incorporate all of it into the follow-up report that comes October 24th. So we're looking at, council had identified 3 items for us to follow up on: customer support and stations, station activation and vibrancy, and then permanently increasing the cleaning levels in our stations. So all of the data, all of the insights will come forward with that report and the presentation. So they're complementary pieces of work.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that they're not 2 parallel tracks, pun intended. My last line of questioning is just wanting to focus in on that advocacy piece, because, you know, I've pulled up something here from the Edmonton Social Planning Council that talks about provincial funding for a lot of social things such as childcare benefits, affordable housing and homelessness, senior benefits, addictions and mental health, employment and income support, and cost of living pressures, as well as family and community support services. And what it says in this report is that while there may be an overall increase, it remains low in proportion to inflation and population growth, which I think is kind of funny given the conversation that we also have on this agenda today around police funding formula. So I guess the question is, are we collectively, and it goes to that question that was asked by another council colleague, I can't remember who, how are we working with EPS? How are we working with our other partners to do collective advocacy, saying there should be some sort of formula on these kind of things too, because right now a lot of them, FCS funding hasn't changed in years. It didn't decrease, but it hasn't increased, right? Housing, you know, there's 47 million that we did not receive that we asked for around housing, right? So how are we talking about, okay, if we want to create that same safety and sustainability across that social safety network, how are we advocating to the province on that same kind of concept?
Yeah, Councillor, I'd say we're not doing it in as coordinated fashion as needs to be done, and I think the route to doing that in a more coordinated fashion is through our CSWB strategy, and how do we advocate on that?
Okay. Because one of the things that you mentioned that I thought was interesting is, I actually disagree with you, because you said that addictions and mental health are the root cause, but to me the root cause is actually trauma and escapism from pain, whether that pain be they're homeless and they're needing to escape from that. Those are things that are the root causes. So for example, early interventions are not addressing the immediate need, but those are to me root causes. So again, you're right, there's a lot of discrepancy in that space, but what is clear is, you know, we can't you know, say it's important to do enforcement, and I heard it today from everyone else, if we're not also at least advocating, and I think that is an action we could be taking better, around how are we creating that same sustainability with those other services that complement community safety, both in transit, in downtown, and in Edmonton and the province as a whole.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think we need to up our game in that regard, and I don't think we disagree, because my perspective on mental health as a core root problem does include prevention of issues and early intervention. Absolutely, I see that as part of the mental health solution. You know, well before addictions become an issue. So I think we agree on that, and I do think we need to pick up our collective advocacy game on that. And I think the other point to this is it becomes trickier, because I don't feel like I have a lot of good technical resources for that as city manager, because I don't have a mental health department that can help advise us on that. So that's where those areas become a little trickier, I would say.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying I think there needs to be more and that's the question. I'm posing it, you know, because we've got this mechanism, and yes, maybe it is through the CSWB, but there's a mechanism right now that I think could be more coordinated around that advocacy piece.
100% agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, sorry, yes, 3:30 break. We'll be back at 3:45. Until then, we are on recess.
Just FYI, someone's got a hot mic.
Thank you, Councillor
Okay, we will start with roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton, okay, Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Hello.
Councillor Rice,
Here.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, Councillor Cartmel, you're next.
Thank you. I'll try to be really quick. So quick answers, sorry, Mr. Hunter. But so back to CSI, Crime Severity Index. Is that the number of convictions in this year or in last year? And this is a bit rhetorical because the convictions would come from charges that would be 2 or 3 years prior. Is that not fair to say?
Yes, that is fair to say, averaged across the entire country.
Yeah. So that's a lagging indicator at the very least. That tells us either what happened with charges that were laid 2 or 3 years ago, or with convictions that happened to charges 2 or 3. I mean, I don't even know. It certainly isn't telling us how many people are charged and going to get convicted today, right?
That's correct. Perhaps I can provide some clarity. So that's not the only measure that we use to determine what's happening on transit. So
No, I know, but that's the one that's in this report. And so I'm sorry, because I want to be really quick. I don't mean to cut you off, but we're short of time. And so I heard that the help you need is on communication. And I'm trying to pull out of this report what I can communicate. And the CSI indicator is the one indicator that is kind of hung on to say that things are getting better. But the perceptions are getting worse. And I understood you to say, Mr. Hunter, that the correlation of perception correlates most to observed drug use. And so you're going to focus on that. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you see people openly using drugs, are you going to take them away?
We are going to respond to the behavior they're all different behaviors. So if they're using, they may have consumed already, then we'll ask them to leave transit spaces. If they're trafficking, they will be arrested and they will follow that course and it'll be presented to the courts. Having a general statement for these very dynamics and complex situations that the members deal with every single day is impossible to do.
So the interpretation, I've got to simplify this for the people that ask me about these places, right? So when they say to me, okay, when Thursday night I come out of the Citadel, 3 different clutches of people, not necessarily in transit, and I know this is anecdotal, but at the entrances to transit, open drug use, 6, 7, 8 people at a spot, and it's scary. We're not going down those stairways, even when it's hailing. Thursday afternoon, right down 102nd Avenue, the whole length of it, right? Open drug use in a number of places, and no police, no bylaw officers, no security people. So that is the anecdotal. It might not prove out in the statistics, but as Mr. Corbould said, we can't be everywhere. So when we see it, are we taking away the drugs?
So can I might be able to jump in here, Deputy Chief Durko again. I think what we're going to be instructing our members to do is to engage into that type of behavior. If they see that behavior happening, to engage in it. Now, getting back to the C5 and whether we're going to be charging and everything, I think if you look at that, the bill actually says you got to try all other diversion measures. If enforcement is the only thing left, it doesn't invalidate the charge. They will still prosecute as long as you've done the other things. So I think our focus is going to be on the open-air drug use. When we engage those individuals, a lot of times what they do and how they behave is going to dictate on what course of action we're going to be taking. Because things can escalate very quickly. And I think what you're going to find is our members are asking, if you're going to ask us to do this, do we have the support, not only of the police service and the chief, but of city council and others?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it is very complex, and you can't just put everybody in the same bucket all the time, and you can't put every situation, because when drugs are involved, people act irrationally, and things can escalate very quickly.
So thank you for that
the behavior is
response.
going to be addressed.
But pardon me, the average member of the public feels the same way. That person could act erratically. It's unpredictable. So I'm not going to go there. And until they hear that there's far fewer people engaging in that activity in those spaces, supported by clear data, then they're not going to take the chance. And that's where we're at today.
Right, and I think what we're hoping is that the more we are in those spaces and the more we're dealing with this, the public will see that. I mean, we're getting support already by just being visible. People are thanking us for being there. They feel safer.
Right.
And if they see us interacting and dealing with this type of behavior and using all diversion measures that are evidence-based that we can use, but we're not just going to simply walk away.
But we're
gonna
not there
have to-
yet.
Sometimes we may have to enforce that law.
But we're not there yet. And as Mr. Corbold said, we
Right.
need more resources. And so, to Mr. Corbold's point about quarterly reports, the more distance between these reports, then the longer before we can start telling a better story. And the more people are going to fill that void on their own.
Well, I think to Councilor Renac's point, and I think if I got it correctly, you would like to hear us tell that story even through other means besides to City Council.
Yeah.
And if we start seeing those positive results, we'd be happy to actually share that with the people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. I would like to follow up that question because I have the same question based on the data you provided and for the drug incident compared to last year core 2 and to this year core 2 is the same. So in that case, when you mentioned you have the council support, what does the specific mean? Do we need more resources or do we need a policy? Do we have the bylaw already and give the direction and for certain behaviors we can use enforcement right away? So I just want to have better understanding for that, what that support means.
Yeah, I think it's all of that because like we're going to need all those tools, right? Like and each situation is going to dictate what we might use. If it's a bylaw, that might be sufficient enough. It could be as simple as a warning and using discretion. We're hoping that we're able to get them into programs when we offer them.
Okay. Do you, does that mean we don't have the bylaw and for you as a guidance to implement that enforcement?
No,
Is that bylaw in place right now or we don't have bylaw?
I think the bylaws and the rules and the laws are there. We just
Okay.
need to make sure that we're addressing the behavior.
Okay.
And using all those tools.
For the next report, I really want to see this number is difference because right now it's demonstrated exactly same as the last year. So the next question is going to Robbie. And then in terms of, so it's great to say the July and 2023, the outreach interaction increased a lot, significant, almost 8 times. Did those interactions happening only in downtown core area or also happening in the different LRT station, including like Century Park and then Southgate, I believe that they should have. And also I heard, and from long-term perspective, is looking for the permanent location and in downtown core. So can you comment on a little bit how we distribute the resources and across the entire city?
Dispatch usually sends out reports to where we should be reporting to, or where there are incidences that are happening that they believe COT can assist. As for where we are going to mostly, those are stats that Bent Arrow collects, that is the ETS.
So it's more about reactive and we go, or more proactive to go to certain locations. I know you probably have like a high risk location, you go there as a priority, but is there any, is more like reactive or proactive to go to somewhere?
Proactive would be more downtown. They go through the LRT system first, and then
Okay,
deploy out.
I get it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to follow up my earlier question. I want to describe it a different way because I really want to focus on this solution. And instead, yes, every month reports, I love these reports, very good information, but I think our Edmontonians expect the change and every month improvement. So I'm going to look at that solution for that. Have you noticed the pattern and in the report you provided? The increase for the long violence and violence, the same, from Q3 and then we'll achieve the submit and the Q1. If you look at no matter is before we implemented the strategy for the integrated approach or before, and the data from 2019 to 2003 shows exactly the pattern. Have you ever noticed that?
Ma'am, I can speak to that. So if we look at slide, I believe it's 15.
Yeah, it's a slide and a specific transit safety and from 2019 to present. That is a specific pattern. So what's my point I want to say, because I asked a question earlier, what is working, what is not working. And to me, if the pattern is the same and then before we implement this strategy, public transit safety plan, and after is the same. That demonstrates to me, and we need to looking for something different and to make it work. And because during that pattern, and we have the most funding, we have winter shelters, we have resources, and even from last year, 2022, we give them millions of dollars and to provide winter support. But it still shows exactly the pattern. It's no change. This reminds me there's something we are missing.
So I can very quickly clarify the pattern that you're seeing. So from Q2 of 2021 to Q3, that was a joint response between the TPOs and EPS over a period of 4 or 5 months. Sustainability is our issue for transit funding, which is now being changed now that we are getting the provincial funding for the 50 dedicated resources. When that transit piece or the project was finished, we do see an increase. But then we started another project in Q3 of 2022 where that was a citywide approach with transit and all beat teams, kept crime severity down. When we finished up that project and moved into our project connection phase, we took those resources and placed them in the downtown core where the need was the greatest, and then we saw an increase on transit for crime severity. So what it shows through that trend line is that joint deployments, specific areas of focus, reduces crime severity across the board on transit. And that is what we're moving into 2023, partnering with the TPOs, partnering with COT. We'll continue those trend lines consistent on transit and that transit focus.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, Councillor Wright?
Time is out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Chief, I don't want to keep dwelling on this, but I need to clarify it for myself. The Crime Severity Index really has it's not relevant data, it has no correlation to what actions are being taken at this time because it is so outdated. It's based on convictions, not actual charges being laid.
I think it's accurate data, but it is dated. Yes, it would be from the previous.
So to say that in Q2 2023, the severity went down because we had more police officers in the transit station, we can't say that.
And I would have to clarify, because if it's the crime severity that we're talking that gets submitted to the federal government, that is over a year old. I'm not sure about the crime severity that they're referring to in this report for this year, because it may be just are categorizing, like there might not be a conviction yet, and those are the charges, and we're seeing it.
Mr. Hunter, you're saying that that is based on that old data. It's not, it doesn't correlate to the actions being taken.
I don't know the exact time of the data, but it would be historical data.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so then it would be accurate but dated.
Okay, so no correlation as far as I'm concerned. And Councillor Paquette had pointed out that, both the Mayor Sohi, Mr. Corbould had talked about, the underlying causes. And I'm just wondering, in your opinion, do you feel the same way that, some of this crime could be averted if we dealt with those underlying causes for mental health, addictions, housing?
Yes.
Yes?
I think we're responsible and have to deal with those. One of my biggest fears, though, is that we're creating an environment right now where others are being traumatized and brought into that type of environment. And that scares me and worries me, because it's almost perpetuating the problem.
So with the communication plan that Councillor Knack has talked about, showing the good work that the officers do out on the street, Is there any other sort of communication or advocacy that the police service could be doing with other levels of government? Is that something that the service would normally
I
do?
think
Or
that those opportunities are always there. Yeah,
Okay.
and that's something that we have to continue to look for. Yeah.
Okay, I would appreciate that, because I think if we all come with one voice, it would make a big difference. And is it acting Inspector Kemp, I think? The 50 dedicated officers, they are dedicated to transit? That's what the province has said?
Yes, specifically dedicated transit. Right now, we have 3 teams specifically dedicated transit. That doesn't mean that we don't have a variety of other beat teams, our Healthy Streets Operations Center teams also on transit, but those are 3 teams dedicated solely to working and creating safer spaces on transit.
Okay, and so then if we're using that to shush people out of the transit centers, where do they go? What happened? Are we just pushing that crime out onto the street?
So people are committing crimes on transit, but they're also committing crimes elsewhere. We're looking at a space where we need to micro problem solve. And if the first problem is returning transit to a space where it is transportation corridors, that's the first problem that we fix. When we look at where we can bring people, that is why we have partnerships. Not everyone wants to go, but we know that the space for transit is solely for transportation corridors. We create safer spaces. If they then cause problems within the community, they're addressed again. But that doesn't mean it's always full enforcement. There's different avenues, and then every piece is situationally based on the individual and their actions and their behaviors.
Okay, but, and some of those people don't want to go to the shelters because they feel unsafe there, right? So we have to create safer spaces for them.
And that's why we are working with the province and the city for shelter standards, for working with our great partners at Bent Arrow and other areas, because at the end of the day, we are increasing pro-social behavior.
And we talked this morning, I think, about the Indigenous-led housing as well, that they have, culturally appropriate housing as well. If we could all
Sorry,
just...
Councillor Wright, you bring up a great point, and if I could just add to that, because
Please.
I think we got to understand that not all these people are just there to commit crimes.
Yeah.
There's also crime of opportunities too, right? And conflict happens, especially when there's drug use. If we take those opportunities away and create those safe spaces, hopefully we start changing that behavior.
That's my hope too. Thank you.
Thank
My
you.
time is up.
Councillor Jens.
Thank you so much. So I heard from a resident recently who said they had a break-in, they were dealing with a police officer, and the police officer had told them that they had been instructed to, and I've shared this with the commission, to quote, leave all the homeless and the drug addicts and the criminals alone and let them be. He said they literally watch people smoking drugs and they're not allowed to do anything about it. They have break-in tools, weapons, exchange drugs, etc. And I think there's, speaking of communication, there seems to be, I guess I just want to give the service the opportunity to just set the record straight. There is no directive to leave people be. Like the law must still be upheld, correct?
100%. And actually I'm sure the case that you're referring to, we actually met with that person and we've talked to the officer. There was some miscommunication. There's a lot of frustration out there right now.
Yeah.
And, but it's absolutely, 100% they're not getting that direction.
Right, so 100%, the direction from the service is uphold the law. You see people doing, breaking the law, weapons, crime, etc. They are to be arrested. Of course, we understand there's discretion on the part of the...
Yeah, I don't think you go complete to arrest, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
And to deal with the issues. But it's just getting so much and so overwhelming. I think that there's a lot of frustration on both ends from the community and from our officers as well.
And I've talked to some rank and file recently who have said to me, like we're burned out. It feels frustrating because we arrest somebody Monday, they're back on Tuesday, and that's not council, that's not you, that's not even, like I had another case. A resident called me. They're beside Southgate, the LRT, not to dox them, but that area, and they had a break-in. Police charged them. Police did their job. Crown refused to move forward. And this was a person that they arrested inside of their house. So who runs the Crown?
We're consulting with the Crown all the time too. I mean, the workload and the caseload that they have and some of the complexities, I'm sure they're just as frustrated as well. We're trying to find that balance.
It just feels frustrating because I feel like we could pass tomorrow with the funding formula like 300 new officers for you. But if the Crown isn't going to charge people and it's just a rotating door, and if there's like the other officer said, yeah, we're arresting people with shopping carts around White, nowhere to take them. No mental health beds, no nothing. They'll just be back. They use the term, we feel like adult babysitters. And so we talked about 96 recruits came in, or 97 left, 96 came in. Like that's a huge number.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing from the rank, like I think one thing the province doesn't get here is they're not just burning out the goodwill of the public, but like they're burning out the goodwill of the officers. People are quitting the profession, and like they say to me, this is not why we became cops. And they're like,
you're right. I wish I had a simple answer and we could change the environment that we're in. It's a work in progress, but a lot of the feedback that you've gotten is what I'm hearing as well.
And I mean, not to put this on the service, it's one quote from one officer, and I'm sure had a very traumatic and horrible time, but when the detective said, you know, Edmontonians should be extremely cautious on transit in downtown, then they might get stabbed in the stabbed in the chest. That they, like, when that sort of message is shared, that's very hard for us to unpack, like, and to get away from.
And I was at that press conference, and the question that was asked of him is, like, what would you say? And he said, well, this is what I tell my teenage sons. And then he went on the story. And of course, they didn't give the whole story. But
But like, I think it would be really helpful, and I'm hearing from NAC and others, and from Cartmill and others, is like, if we can have some very clear messages, like this is the directive from the city. Our bylaw is crystal clear. There's no ambiguity there. Chief upholds it. We uphold it. This is the directive for the service. We all agree. Like, this is the premier and the province. We need them to do this. And I think that would, because there's this finger pointing. And to me, it seems like out of everything I've heard, where we're most in need of support is the Crown and the courts. It's not you. It's not me. It's not the mayor. That's where everything seems to be coming back from.
And it's not just incarceration. I mean, it could be, getting those supports and stuff. It could be a court order that puts them into some type of road to recovery, right? It's so complex, but you are so right. I think we all want the same thing. And the finger pointing and that has to stop, and we have to try to figure out, again, it's not going to be one solution or one path that's going to get us there. It's going to be multiple ways of getting there.
And if Chief McPhee was here, I would ask, can we sign a joint letter, city manager, chief, mayor? We can't direct the service, of course, but could we have some joint advocacy? Something on paper that we can send to Edmontonians and say, here's what we're doing.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're hearing a bit today with the transit plan.
Love it, thank you.
That we're working together on that.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. And I really appreciate a lot of that line of questioning and response. I just have a couple outstanding pieces here. Back to Carrie. A while ago, we had launched that bystander training. I'm just curious if anything came of that. Because, I think part of that was, part of the strategy of kind of taking multiple different approaches. So when we're talking about safety, and I go into the transit station, I see the billboards, or I see the posters and stuff, and just curious.
So that was a campaign to educate everyone about what it means to be an active bystander. So it was a recommendation that came from the community a couple of different times, asking us to do work in that space. We're evaluating the campaign, so we've done some insight survey follow-ups to get feedback about it. I'd say anecdotally, feedback has been mixed. I think some people misinterpreted what it was to be an active bystander, thinking we were promoting, vigilante kind of activity, which is the complete opposite of what it was intended to do. We haven't had discussions about any follow-ups to the campaign in terms of additional collateral, but that was the original intent, was to put it out there, help people understand what it meant to be active.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just as part of even today's conversation, one thing that really stands out to me is how, everyone does play a role, how some of those tactics get rolled out, we can always improve on. But that's what kind of triggered, me thinking about that campaign. I guess you have mentioned the value line, so I gotta ask too, the predictive analytics. What are some of the issues that the predictive analytics are identifying along Valley Line, and are there any specific pain points along that route that are emerging that, I'll be very curious to hear about, because I hear a lot from my residents who are incredibly worried sometimes about the safety and how that might translate. And I'm not just talking about traffic safety, right? We're talking about the safety issues that we've been talking about all day.
So the way we're utilizing it right now is how to help us with our deployment in the future. So if you look at Bonnie Doon, there's a lot of similarities to Southgate.
Okay.
The influences of the community, and we're using data to actually extrapolate things that we can go, okay, we probably need this many, X many security guards. We probably need to think about these things. Maybe we should front end load this with peace officers and police officers right at the start, because we anticipate these things from happening. So that's where we are right now.
Okay, that's good. Glad to hear that you're being very proactive in planning for that. I'm sure, until whenever the train opens, there will be some trial and error as well, but glad to hear the proactive approach. And then I guess also on the listening campaign, the Oracle, I know that kind of was a little bit blip in the presentation, but I'm actually quite excited about it because I think it will provide a very alternative perspective when we talk about perception of safety. Do you think there's a goal there too, to perhaps through some of these qualitative data change narratives about like what safety means for different people?
That's exactly it, and that's what we're looking to. We've got our traditional surveys that we've done with ETS for quite some time, now our QR code, and now the work we're doing with Oracle to make sure we hit all of the communities in these spaces. So when we're actually sitting down to figure out how we're going to, okay, what is safety to that person? They might actually think it's safe at that particular point in time, or they might not think it's safe. So we can understand what levers we need to pull when we address those situations. So we're going to garner a lot from the Oracle research. It's going to engage people in those spaces, and that in itself is actually going to create a good positive atmosphere in transit spaces where they are.
Even though it might just be a single point in time and not like prolonged as patrol might be, but it's creating a different narrative. Acting Superintendent Kemp, just one clarification. You had mentioned the 50 officers takes 18 months to recruit, train, and be deployed. Is that a typical timeline?
From hiring to fully trained for recruit class.
And that's always been kind of 18 months?
Yes, from recruit class, and then they have their on the street training.
Even pre-pandemic?
Yes, but
Okay.
to clarify, so those individuals that are hired aren't the ones that are going to the teams. So those are the ones replacing them in the patrol function, and we're taking more experienced members, yeah.
Okay. Oh. All right, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to circle back. I appreciate the conversation. I just want to circle back on the question of the frequency of the reports. So I'm hearing some reluctance to not be checking in as frequently, but also some of the real constraints to doing that on a monthly basis. So Mr. Corbell, can you just help me understand, switching to a quarterly approach, when would we have our next, like how many updates would we have between now and the end of the year? Would we anticipate just one?
Yeah, there would be one.
Okay. So I do take that point just in terms of, us wanting to keep a pulse on this. And then, sorry, could you speak to some of the alternative strategies they were considering in terms of memos in the interim?
Yeah, I think we can find a way to try to keep council updated with some of the progress. I haven't sort of mapped it all out. I was kind of waiting to see if we would get acceptance on quarterly. It's just, I would just say it's a time factor as well. I mean, we've got a deputy chief and a superintendent here for almost all day. So these are just, and I understand the questions are good and the exposure is good, but yeah, we can try our best, and I think you've seen a commitment here from EPS to think hard about the communications as well. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I think again the time commitment from our partners and also our own staff absolutely is something to consider. Okay, well, I'll reflect on that, but appreciate the clarification. Thank you. Oh, and do I need to move a third round?
I have some questions, just a couple of
Okay,
questions.
sure.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Very quickly, I'm really interested in this, Andre, around joint advocacy. I think has been raised by a couple of my colleagues here. I know I don't like making motions on the fly because we need to figure it out. Maybe like having city, EPS, commission, having, developing a joint advocacy strategy, then engaging with the broader community as well. Maybe clerk, maybe can work something, not even have a subsequent motion because then we have running out of time. Maybe can I work with you to develop something, then maybe I bring it at the end of tomorrow for as a subsequent, not a subsequent, as a notice of motion without customary notice? Would that something Andre would like? Would you be interested in? All three parties would be interested in that, like you and commission and your administration, EPS and commission.
Yeah, what I might also say, Mayor, though, is like we're at committee next week with CSWB, and that joint advocacy makes absolute sense for transit safety, but also makes
not just for transit safety, downtown safety, Chinatown, like all the work that you've been doing. What are the missing pieces, right? Just having that understanding, then working together to advance that.
Yeah, and I recommend we could probably work on a sort of a draft subsequent for the CSWB discussion.
Okay, maybe that could be the.
That's only a week away.
Oh, yeah,
and then we could put something together if that works.
Yeah, okay. That's one. And one last question I have, and this is, I understand it takes 18 months to train officers, and province has allocated resources for that. But I think there was a willingness at the province to actually look at maybe advancing those resources in the interim basis to be allocated towards same outcomes. Like if we can have more maybe DPOs over time or EPS officers over time, using overtime, helping fill that gap. Maybe this is a question to the commission. I think there was some conversation going around that. Maybe Andre, you are familiar with something. Like, is the possibility? I know Minister Ellis was very open to that conversation.
Yeah, the possibility is there, and we are collaborating with the commission on a submission. I think I was going to meet with the commissioner, the chair of the commission this week to discuss it, and I think they're meeting with the province soon on it as well. So
that may give us some ability to advance those resources earlier, and so waiting 18 months. Okay, good. We'll look forward to that conversation. I will move the third round. Yeah.
I don't need to ask more questions, Mayor Sohi.
You don't?
I'm ready to speak.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, that concludes all the questions on this. Now we have a motion on the floor, and I open it up for anyone to speak. So, Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So I know it feels odd to speak to reporting frequency. That seems like the less exciting thing to speak about, but I would strongly encourage council to not support this motion right now. I do not think we are at a point at which we can decrease frequency for something that is as significant as community safety and well-being. Even in this last survey result, we saw that fewer people feel safe than before, and that might be perception, because we actually heard about the great work that's happening, but it's going to take some time for that to really turn the corner. And I think we've only done this for 4 months, and really it's really in the last 2 that I think we've been getting some really great content and some really great information from everyone here. And the public needs to hear about that, because right now the challenge I'm finding that we're up against is that pretty much every day there's a social media post on Facebook or on Nextdoor or on Twitter X, whatever you want to call it, that is showing a bad example, something bad that has happened. And it's not that we shouldn't talk about that. We should talk about the bad that happens. We can't gloss over it. But there isn't right now enough information being shared that shows how much good work is underway right now. I've seen the results. I'm hearing the results from the folks here at EPS, from our TPOs, from all of the city staff that are involved. And what I found in door knocking was that information is still really not well known. Councillor Carmel did a survey, and he did a blog post on it. I read through it, and I found a very similar thing, which is that while I still find it's a little bit above a majority that feel that this city is still as safe as it once was, there's a large minority of people who do not feel as safe. And again, some of that might be perception, some of it might be actual real lived experience, but for the people to be feeling that strongly and that large of a number, to pull back might make it seem like we are not taking those concerns seriously, even though the work will continue. This work doesn't end today. In fact, it's going to continue to go forward. More will be done. More staff are going to be brought forward. But I worry that if we remove that regular reporting, even as frustrating as it is for our city staff who work tirelessly to bring all of that together, so I appreciate Mr. Corbold's part, but I think the public needs to see a regular and ongoing report that things are getting better before we start changing to a different reporting structure. I want to celebrate the work of everyone that's been involved here, and I want to hear that sort of yelled out to the stars. And so I'd hope in future updates, and so my hope is that we'll continue to get monthly updates, and that as we go forward, we'll have more detailed communications plans put in those updates, not just from the City of Edmonton, but from EPS. And I say that with the greatest respect because I know the teams are working hard, but I'd like to see EPS using their platform that they have to be as vocal about the great work that they are doing each and every day. I'd like us to supplement that. And I think through a regular and ongoing effort over the next, hopefully 6 months, that we'll get to a point where the average person who is not watching our council meetings, sadly, because they are as riveting as they are, but who are only seeing those posts on their community Facebook page, then start seeing more about all of the other great work and can start to feel more comfortable. I do feel comfortable. You know, when I went to Heritage Festival, I got to see a huge number of officers out there when I got off the LRT at Exhibition Lands, checking with people, being present, checking fares, doing that work. But for everyone that didn't go to these different festivals because they weren't feeling safe, because they've been reading these other news stories, they're not seeing the on-the-ground work that's happening. And so I just, sorry to speak passionately about reporting timelines, but I do not think we are any point near ready to go to quarterly updates, because I think it sends a really poor signal to Edmontonians who want to make sure this council is taking their safety extremely importantly, and these updates are one way to help with that. So I will not support this update. I would encourage council to not support this update, or to not support the change in frequency, and let's continue with monthly until we can see the public understand the great work that's underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I know I have more questions, but I'm not going to ask a question. I will embed my question into my speaking for this motion. So when I ask a question about the pattern, actually the key message, the key points I want to get the confirmation, understanding is, yes, we have lots of new strategy in place, and we have lots of measures in place. And we're saying for this new strategy so far, right now, it seems housing is only solution. However, based on the data provided in front of us, the pattern, doing the analysis based on the pattern, and then I'm looking forward to explore the more different options, how we address this public transit safety concern, and right now is the biggest topic and for our Edmontonians, also the biggest concern for our Edmontonians. So that means that work, and from my perspective, and I'm looking forward, we still need to have the more efforts on that to find the solution, what is working and what is not working. So that is for pattern. So thank you for the answer and you provided. That is the first one. The second point I would like to talk about another observation based on the data you provided. That is why I really like this report, and because it provides lots of fundamental objective factors and for us to facilitate this conversation and specific find a solution. And if you look at that picture, on that slide, you can see the increase 48% 2021 compared to 2022 for the violence count, and also 46% increase in 2022 compared to 2021, the violence count increase. But then you look at the time window for that window. What happened in that window from resources perspective? That is actually a window, and we are changing our city's police funding structure. So I know this is tomorrow's topic, but that is how I see it from this picture. And then you look at 2023, and right now you provided compared to 2022, the same quarter, the only increase and significantly decrease from 48% to 28%. What does that number means? We need to read the story and behind those data. It's not only about the data itself. It's about the story, the actions, the strategies we implemented as a city, as a collaborative, and between the three parts, all the resources here. That's a story, and we need to pay close attention. I would like to, I didn't get opportunity to confirm with you, just my observation based on the data you provided. And also I would like to talk about the Chinatown safety. The Chinatown safety is still the big concern. And even though we organized the Safe Walk, thank you for that update, and we have the summer festival, and then the attending is extremely positive. And I was there with my colleagues, Councillor Nack and Councillor Principe there. And we're so happy to see so many people show up in the Chinatown, but the safety is still the big concern for the business area. I want to mention that piece. And also I would like to mention our Chinatown, our downtown core area, and the safety is another big concern, and I know, and we have lots of actions right now in place. Last few seconds, I would like to say, I will going to support this motion, and because the key reason for me to support this, report itself cannot improve safety. We need to focus on our action efforts and really demonstrate that improvement and change, and for our public, for our Edmontonians, how we perceive that safety. Every month, yes, the information is really helpful, provided the measures to demonstrate our city take our public safety really seriously. But itself, report itself cannot improve that. I'd rather use that energy, use that efforts, and from administration, from our EPS, from our social services, Brent Arrow here, and to really demonstrate to the public what's improvement on our city safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I get it. I mean, this is a complex and complicated work. I understand. And reports do take a long time to compile. I'm just wondering if we need a 28-page report every time. Or if we can just input the new data, say, here's what it looks like today. Here's some things that we're doing. Any questions? Because this conversation has been going on for almost 3 hours, which says that there is a lot of questions, and they were important questions, and they reflect the questions the public has. And as Councillor Nack alluded to, with Councillor Cartmell's survey, there is a large minority of people who do not feel safe. Our own numbers show that that is the trend that's continuing. Now we can tell people, oh no, it's safer than you think statistically, but then they get 1 or 2 incidents, like horrifying incidents, and all of that messaging goes out the window. To my mind, these monthly reports, again, do not have to be complex, but they need to happen because the public needs to know that we are doing this. I mean, cooler heads should always prevail. We can take a philosophical report and say, oh, the work's being done, and here's some memos. But to be able to point residents to these meetings to say, go take a look, go listen to what's being done, go look at the challenges that we're facing, that's meaningful. There will be a time, I think, that we can move to quarterly reports, and maybe it's sooner than we think, but right now, this is one of the most pressing issues on the public mind, is their own safety, the safety of their kids that they're sending to school on transit. And we'll get to it every quarter as far as our accountability to them. That doesn't fly with me. And it certainly won't fly with the public. Having a constant presence at our hotspot areas, maybe increasing at random the show of presence and interventions every month. Those types of actions could potentially demonstrate to the public that this issue is being taken seriously. I mean, what do we have? 5, 6 hotspot areas? If you pair up some TPOs or EPS, it's 12 per shift. Surely we have the personnel for that. And to tell the public we've got an 18-month window to be able to deploy all the resources we've earmarked is an astounding long wait for the public. On an administrative level and bureaucratic level, that's not actually a long time. But for the public who are daily concerned, that's an eternity. So we need to start speaking in one voice. We're engaged in managing what Premier Smith has called an addictions and mental health crisis. Her own word. So there is very little risk in presenting in a unified manner the costs we're incurring, the efforts we're making, and the very real need for the province to step in and address these issues in whatever manner they think is best. That's for them to decide, but it must be addressed. Cities are drowning. People are dying. And the impact on investor confidence, on tourism, on general feelings of residents and their feeling of confidence, not only in their city, but in their province, these are all at risk, at increasing risk. Economically, it just makes zero sense not to be speaking with one voice and to tackle this as seriously as we can, because it is serious. Now, you can look at the stats, you can look at the numbers and say, it's not as serious as people are making it out to be. Well, great. Come tell that to the mom that emailed me this morning. So I don't support changing the monthly updates, but I do support more presence and more communication to the public on what we're doing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Oh.
Yeah, Councillor Principe is the mover of the motion.
Yes, of course. Well, I really appreciate the conversation, and I really feel the tension, recognizing that we want our resources to be going to addressing the safety issues, while also wanting to be sure that we, as council, have a very close eye on what's happening, and are communicating that with our residents as well. What I would like to offer to balance those two needs, and there's no need to speak to it, I think this can be a quick vote, would just be to amend quarterly to bi-monthly, which would provide us with 2 check-in points between now and the end of the year. But I'll just put that out there, happy for it to go straight to a vote.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
Can I get on the board to ask a question?
I just need to get a process issue here. So clerk, if we are speaking to this, but Stevenson has the right to make the amendment,
Yep.
but that opens up discussion for questions then?
Yep.
Well, no, not questions of administration. This is a procedural motion. So I would suggest that you just contain the discussion around what timelines do you want to have? Do you want to have it be bi-week or bi-monthly or quarterly?
Well, you know, we will still have only one presentation this year, whether we do bi-monthly or quarterly, unless we want to go into end of December, right? So
You go until December 19th.
December
Yeah,
19th?
so
Okay.
it's possible. So you always have options to limit and end debate and call votes. Those abilities are available to council at any point in time throughout the discussion.
Can I call the vote on my own motion?
Oh, that's a
Call it
fantastic question, but I don't think so.
Well, Councillor Wright, is it really a burning question?
I just want to know the timing. Quarterly or bi-monthly, will we get it before fall SOBA?
October, yeah.
If we go bi-monthly, the next one will be October. If we go quarterly, I think the next one would be October or November. And if we do monthly, we'll do September, October, November, and December.
Because I think there was some reference to some IT funding or something that might be brought forward in November.
Okay. All right, so let's vote on so I stop. Nobody's making any comments now. We're voting on Councillor
amendment.
Stevenson's amendment. Okay, Councillor Stevenson's amendment, please vote.
We have all the votes?
Display the votes, please. Okay, that's passed. Now we are bi-monthly. Okay, are we still speaking to this?
Sorry.
Okay, what was the list?
Yep. So the main motion on the floor is amended, and I believe there was just Councillor Principe to close
Okay,
to her main motion that's
no,
been amended.
Councillor Wright, you were two questions only. Are you done, Councillor Stevenson? Because you made them okay.
Yes,
Councillor-
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, great. Thank you very much for everybody taking the time to come together as a delegation. I recognize how much effort that is. Like I mentioned earlier, I had a chance to visit with our TPO team, the TCAP proactive team, and a chance to visit the dispatch center at Churchill Square recently. I really, really appreciate some of the views from on the ground. Out of the chamber context, kind of seeing how our teams are interacting with the public and with each other, and hearing lots of good examples of evidence of collaboration, including data sharing. And wow, the dispatch center, I am so impressed by just what a massive security operation that we have. And I think just seeing it in action, I know that there's action being done. I am quite concerned about, certainly burnout and morale, and I think there's a lot happening, and our frontline staff they're doing amazing work, but I know how much that can weigh on people day in and day out. I don't necessarily feel strongly bi-monthly or quarterly. I just support the amendment. Reporting quarterly or bi-monthly doesn't mean that transit safety is only addressed at that one single point in time. Having spoken directly with a lot of the frontline staff, I actually think, there is work happening, and one thing we can provide support, for example, is to talk to some of these frontline workers, in my opinion, and because I think we can learn a lot. One thing, I didn't get a chance to ask about, but I think something that's really kind of top of mind for me is, at the last update, we talked about how we don't do case management through transit safety plan, and therefore we don't really have a clear line of sight of the interactions and engagement with people and how that actually translates into, are they actually getting the mental health and addiction support that they're needing? Are they actually being supported? Are they actually being housed? So we don't actually know that. And I think, in today's conversation, I've been thinking about, well, where is the AHS data on that? How are we kind of linking in there? And I know there's conversations happening, but I just don't have a clear line of sight. And then when it comes to the justice system, people are just cycling through. And I think about how that weighs on the officers who are kind of doing this work day in, day out. And I'm not sure at what point are we actually going to get those clear line of sight until something major gives with, our colleagues with the different governments. So, and I guess my final thought is just around the frequency of this reporting is, like I mentioned, I see progress. It's slow, it's steady, it's slow, and I actually thought just give it a little bit more time might yield greater results that we can hear, and I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. So I do support this, and I also want to stress that these kinds of frequency does not mean action is only taking place in this very kind of sporadic, it's happening all the time, and we have people working literally like on every single front. And it's happening all the time, night and day, to make sure that our city is safer for everyone. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to clarify that I do take safety of Edmontonians extremely important. Even if I support a quarterly update report, I still take their safety extremely important. But I do not see that monthly reporting increases safety or perception of safety, as Councillor Rice had mentioned. And also, I have not seen a difference in safety or public perception of safety with monthly reports. Over the last 4 months, I haven't seen a change in the perception of safety from the constituents I have heard from. So I just feel that our resources would be better spent on action and not reports. So thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Please vote.
I am a no.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we're going to go back to 9.1, hopefully finish it before 5. Can someone go in private?
So moved.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Councillor Wright, please vote to go into private. Second by Councillor Wright.
We're just waiting for 2 votes. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we'll give you a couple of minutes.
Broadcasting
There he
online?
goes.
Yeah,
We're in
we're back
public.
online.
We're in public. Okay, would someone move the motion?
Sure, so move
Okay,
the motion
and be remain private, right?
and kept in private, obviously. I'm going to just read it out just to
There
make
you
sure
go.
I do it officially here. Oh, that's not there. That, I'm going to move, let's see, that attachment 1 be added to the August 22nd, 2023 reports, that attachment 2 be added to the August 22nd, 2023 verbal report, and that the actions outlined in attachment 2 be approved. And number 3, that the August 2nd, 2023 verbal report remain private pursuant to sections 24 and 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay, need a seconder.
Second?
Councillor Principe. Okay, so please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Okay. We are on recess till